Hi, I'm hoping that everything is working now because it really wasn't like a second ago. All right, so hi, welcome to the stream. We are doing things, it's hopefully working, and we have a cat.
Hi.
Yay, I actually pointed the right direction. Yay.
Hi. Yeah, right before you hit the countdown thing, my internet decided to do a refresh. So I didn't even know you had started the countdown. Until
Okay.
I heard the countdown. I was like,
So today
save your
is gonna be-
documents.
Yes, please. So I left my office after Jules' stream to go have lunch and get ready to everything that I needed to get done for this one. And when I came back, my laptop had decided to start updating to Big Sur, which is the latest Mac OS. I think it's OS 10.14, 10.14, I believe is what we're on now. I thought I had not set that up to automatically do, but hey, as you do. So it only just finished. Everything looks different. My Scrivener is all the wrong colors. Is all the wrong colors, which
Oh God.
it's
Scrivener in a while, but I have Scrivener 1, so I should be fine.
Yeah, it's all the wrong colors. It's not happy making, but we are going to get some words in anyways. I am probably, just because Scrivener's a little upsetting today, going to focus more on my world building today. Just because then I don't have to, because I know if I'm in Scrivener, I'm just going to be sitting there going, how do I make the font look right again? And I just don't want to spend like my entire night doing that. At least not yet. We shall see. But in case you're new to the channel, I should have introduced myself. Hi, my name is Charlie. I want to say I'm not usually a hot mess, but let's be honest.
You're not this much of one normally online, at least.
Yeah, I'm not usually this much of one on the stream, but everything decided to get weird today. But hey, we are going to be doing some fun writing today. I am happy in that I had kind of a breakthrough last night in figuring out what I wanted to do. I've actually been writing last night and tonight. I have a very good idea on the pad that I will not share because I feel like it is a curse for me to say what I'm actually working on, because it seems like every time I say that lately, the idea runs away. But I will say, book has a name and a plot out and a basic plot and characters written down, and it's actually being written. It's actually like words are flowing. I feel very, very happy because my brain just entirely shut down the other day and would not reboot, and the reboot is occurring. So that's what I am going to be working on today. And Miss Catus Supremacis Leonidas, what are you doing?
I will be packing my bag.
Which is very important.
Because my stepfather should be leaving their house right now at 5 o'clock. So I need to be packed and ready before he gets here. So that we can, I think part of the reason he is picking me up so early is so we can be back to pick my mom up from work, because they only have one car. So he has to drive 2 hours to pick me up, and then we have to get there 2 hours back to pick my mom up by 10 p.m.
Ooh, that's a lot. That's a
lot.
So let's see who's in the chat real quick. I really like that picture too, and I altered it a little bit from what it was to make the thumbnail, but yeah, I really, really like that. It felt appropriate for today, and I really, really like it. And yes, we're finally there. We have arrived. I didn't think it was going to happen. Like, I was on emergency plan B, where I was trying to figure out how to use the iPad to do the stream from it. And luckily, my laptop just decided to restart and yell at me for being a bad person. And then it just decided to work again because... So this will be fun. Hello, Spence. How are you doing? Your laptop updated earlier. And You are 226 words until you hit 50K. That is awesome. That is amazing. All the snaps for you. Eva is here and glorious as always. All hail Queen Eva. Sarah is here. Hello. If you're not reading Sarah Keefe's book, Widow's Weeds, you should definitely be reading it. It is the awesome. Does the B in your name stand for beast? I love that. That's a good question
because you almost to 50K and I'm impressed.
Because I'm just saying that could just be like character beast 394, which could just be the version number because all the characters just flow. Character count, go. We are here. No, CB are my initials. Ayane is here. Hello, and you're still up. I hope we can get you caught up. I saw that you were hoping to get caught up tonight. We are about to go into our first sprint. Yes, hashtag save the cat. Oh my goodness. Be sure to be following Cat over on Twitch if you're not already, which is twitch.tv/CatLeo.
CatLeo Writing.
CatLeo Writing.
I'll just change my name to it.
Over on Twitch. She's been doing some Stardew Valley play along playthroughs, whatever. I don't know what to call them anymore. I don't know what the kids call them these days.
Here we go. It's my name now.
And they may be happening more and more. And since you keep being a jerk and not letting her stream over here still.
And I'm considering taking my streams from there and actually uploading them to YouTube. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to do my productivity streams just because I'm not sure how many people are going to watch a stream that I streamed on a different service and put on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I get rewatches of the productivity streams.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I want to, because you can rewatch my stuff on Twitch as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. I do know quite a few people that stream on Twitch that do clips of their show on YouTube. Like the Talkie Bits. So, I don't know.
They'd require me to watch through it and edit things out and put them up. And
or to translate
I don't have that much time.
Or to translate that into my native tongue. Oh, honey, that sounds like work. No.
Sounds like work that I don't have time for.
Jules is here. Hello, Jules. You were just on Bethany's channel looking at the Twisted 10 anthology cover. I meant to do that, but then my laptop did all kinds of things. And I spent all my focus on it, trying to figure out what was going on because it kept restarting here and restarting there, just randomly turning off. And I'm just like, oh, please, I don't want to have to buy a new one. I don't really have the money. So I didn't do that yet. So I'll have to check the rewatch because I'm really excited about that because it looked really, really cool.
I'm so glad I bought this laptop this summer when my parents told me I shouldn't buy a laptop because Andros has took a crap. Because now I can just stream for an hour and it starts doing this thing where there's lines across my screen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Surface Pro, and you probably shouldn't stream from those because its air circulation is terrible.
That is one of the things that worries me and means I probably will have to get a Pro again when I get a new MacBook because the Airs don't have fans. So, because they're designed with a heat sink that is supposed to basically create its own air pressure and do its own thing. And that works fine for most applications, but I am quite nervous at how well that would work for video rendering.
Yeah.
Plus, I want the extra cores for video rendering, so I'm probably gonna have to get a Pro. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll have to get one with an actual fan and maybe an external fan on top of it. Because I know I had one computer that its fan wasn't even near where it got hot. It's you get hot over here, not over here.
See, I don't know how YouTube feels about that. I've actually thought about that on several occasions. Like when I'm not too worried about like stealing views. Like I wish like it would share the views, because that's the other thing that gets me is like like especially when somebody's like on the stream and they're like, oh crap, I have a video premiering. I kind of want to do the premiere on the stream. But then if the people that are here watch it, that takes away, you know what I'm saying? That those views aren't going to count for them. And
Yeah.
YouTube's such a weird game. I don't know how to play it quite as well as I want. Yes. Yes, and I color code. Well, see, my color coding is fine. It's the screen. It's the editor itself. It's not.
It's like if I wrote on this note card in white.
Yeah, when you put it in dark mode, because I usually work in dark mode, the text goes jet black, and the screen turns that kind of bluish color that I usually have it at. And it's very hard for me with my bad eyes to see black text on a dark blue background, because
I'm impressed I was able to read it, in all honesty. But my parents yell at me because I go to show them things and I'm like, wait a minute, and then I have to turn the brightness all the way up because I normally have mine on 0.
Ooh. Sorry, Spence is editing photos and I'm watching bread bake.
What kind of bread?
I love fresh bread. Bread? What kind of bread? Are you doing a brioche? I would kill for a brioche right now. Ooh, y'all are chatty. I'm going to have to move a little bit faster. So you had to use your iPad for the writing group. Yeah, that can work sometimes. Yeah, I'm so excited for the breakthrough. I am ecstatic. I'm hoping that this works. I'm hoping I can get... my goal right now, the deadline that I'm on, is I want a book to come out from me, a novella at least, by January. Because I wanted a book to come out this year. And I didn't get a book out this year. For reasons.
Catherine, I got you. I will send you the link on Instagram for Charlie.
I am working really, really hard to try to get a book out by the end of the year. I actually, if worst comes to worst, The Hidden will come out in January, which I've already sent out to alphas. A lot of people have already read it. It's a sci-fi story in the same setting that is already written.
I sent it, Catherine.
So
I literally just copied the link you send everybody else.
The book place is here. Hello.
Hi. Oh,
Word Fall Right here. Hello. I don't know what I would do without Cat, to be honest. 394 is from Harry Potter. Oh. It's a reference, I'm assuming.
Open your book to page 394.
Oh, yeah. Is that it? Is that it? Yep. All right. That's awesome. Okay. I will take any Snape reference because I can just imagine what Snape would do to She Who Shall Not Be Named. I mean, oof. That'd just be party. That's kind of cool. It is a sneaky tribute to Alan Rickman, and I will take all the tributes to Alan Rickman that we can get. Heather is here, coming in for a sec to like, then taking the dog out. We'll be back. Alrighty. Just a friendly reminder that Camille had a timer hit.
Yeah, awesome.
That is awesome.
Oh, I need to take that.
Is really cool.
Sorry, yeah. I'm writing a list of the things I need to pack.
You were just on Divided by Sites channel talking about baking. Yeah, I've thought about that. See, the video that I'm working on now, I'm trying to figure out how much I want to actually show, because I'm going to do a video that's about how to make your own author routine, author ritual. But I'm trying to figure out how much of my own ritual I want to film for it, and how I want to set up the camera for that, and how I could maybe get some interesting shots for that, because I think that that's really important. And I was thinking about that a lot because there's tea making and stuff like that involved.
Ooh, is it your...
Whoop. Uh-oh. Cat is in purgatory. We will hopefully get back to that question in a moment.
Okay, am I back?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you're not. Oh, no. Dang it, internet, making me into a liar. I'm sorry to laugh, but you laugh or you cry.
Okay, I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
If it doesn't work this time, I'm putting it in the chat. Your red teapot isn't it glass in part of it?
Yep.
You could film it like through the teapot, like brewing.
I was thinking about that.
That'd be really cool.
I was thinking about that. I have some
You
ideas.
could make a timer from that too.
Ooh, I could.
Of like the tea steeping.
I could. Ooh, thoughts. All the thoughts.
There you go.
That's exciting.
Oh, I could do that with Natalie's teapot.
Yeah,
She gets the blooming flower tea.
I got some of those. Those are really fun. I love them. All right. Hello, Catherine. I believe Kat said that she sent you a thingy. Hello, ADHD writer. I just completely hiccuped. I was going to say, isn't your name Rebecca? I wanted to say.
I believe it is.
I almost called you Bex because I think that's your name, but then I had is that the right thing? Then it just became a 501 error, and I was forbidden from my own memory, and that happens to me a lot.
My brain had a 404 error one day. That's what I told people. I'm like, I just had a 404 error. Excuse me, I need to reboot.
My problem is I wish I could get more 404s. I get a lot of the 503s. This is forbidden. There's an answer here, but I'm not going to share it with you. And I'm just like, but if you know the answer, tell me. Get way back on YouTube time. It's nice. Let's see. Getting a new MacBook next year. I hope to, but I don't want to be forced into it by equipment failure. You got mine from your friend who installed a fan control thing. Okay. See, I've got an old Pro that probably would not have lasted through all the stuff that I have done to it if it wasn't a MacBook Pro, because I've done 3D renders on this thing and really shit.
Caitlin spilled coffee on hers twice, so she had to get hers replaced.
The hubby has spilled an entire cup of coffee in this one, and we had to get it repaired. But that's why I buy AppleCare on my things, because AppleCare.
She still had to pay so much money. She had to pay so much money still. And because they basically just replaced her computer is what they did.
I just got a random voicemail from somebody I don't know.
Because her keyboard didn't work at all. And we were trying, she tried to use my wireless keyboard, but it got to the point where even it wouldn't function with that. And she's an art student, so she kind of needed it. So she has this Captain America shield thing on it that's the size of a quarter, and it's its thickness too. So that was the one thing she took off the computer, because all of her stickers were going to disappear.
True.
So she just pried it off the computer to make sure she still had it.
And yes, I would love another cat, and I believe Kat sent you a link. You are doing brioche buns for burger dinners.
Oh. Seriously, Spence, when this is all over, I want to go to your house.
You are not alone.
Well, it's more plausible for me and Jace to do, because I believe Spence is in the middle.
Whew.
Oh,
spilled wine. Oh, that just hurts my soul, because wine is sticky. Anything that gets sticky, that's death to a machine. There are some gluten-free breads that are good. If you like flatbreads, I like to make a good ciabatta, an Indian ciabatta bread, which is made with chickpea flour. And they're really yummy flatbreads, and you can use them for a lot of things. They don't pocket like a pita, but they're really good and can be used for a lot of different things. Because when we go to visit the in-laws, the hubby's, mother-in-law has a gluten intolerance.
Oh.
So, and she misses bread. And so one of the things that I often do when I'm there is make a Hello.
hubby's mother-in-law has
Catherine, you have the stream playing?
Yes,
So-
that's right.
and she misses bread, and so one of
They
the
won't
things
let me
that
mute.
I-
Maybe it did. I don't know what's going on. Hello. I don't know if your mic is muted or not, but I love the face. All the indications are weird. Alrighty. Ah! I have slimes jumping off my desk to attack me. I just got attacked by a cactus slime. Aren't they cute? My desk may be covered in like the thing you can't see. You see all the Yodas behind me? My desk is covered in Slime Rancher slimes. Like I literally have them. Whoop, and she's gone. I have them all around me because I'm a big fan, and so they're
You
everywhere.
are somewhere between us. That's what I thought. We had this discussion. I remember this discussion.
Alrighty, so we're gonna figure out. Wait, I think she's back. Are we back? Head or not? Okay, we will figure that out in just a
Yeah.
minute. I want to start the way I used to because I miss doing this, and I think I've just been listening to everybody talking about their issues lately, and with all the gremlins around today, I thought we would start with an invocation of the muse
Sorry.
to get us started, because the muse, whether you believe that she is a spirit separate from yourself, a part of your own consciousness, or what, we've all felt the touch of inspiration at some point during our writing career, and we all want to get back into that flow state and let it take us over and get all the words. So may the muses hear our call, and may they come and give us words, because we are here. We are going to be doing our best to get the words, and if they don't show up, it's not our fault. We are going to do our best regardless. But hopefully they will come. And I don't know if you can see the statue back there. That's my statue of Ptah, which is the stand-in that I use in my house for my muse, because he was the craftsman who built the world. So hopefully we will get all of the writing done and all will be well. And let's try one more time before we sprint. Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All the weirdness. So, Catherine, did you want to introduce yourself to the peoples before we did a sprint?
Yeah, I'm Catherine Fay, and I write Everything Dark, and I do streams from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. now every night, and I go in costume, because apparently that's what they like. So I thought I would come in costume.
I meant to do like all like Friday the 13th today, but I came back about an hour before the stream to just set some stuff up in here, and I looked over my laptop and saw it doing the I'm running an update screen, and I went,
Yeah,
"Ah!"
I was going to wear this one today, but it does not want to work right now. So
so
I
many things. Alrighty, so I am ready to get started. I am going to leave this one up to the chat. Do you want to start with a 15 or go straight into a 25? Because I could do either. I really like the idea of just jumping in it. I'm going to have to go attack the dog in a minute because she's scratching at my carpet.
I have to grab my computer. I was trying to use my husband's because I got it to stream last night, which was odd.
Ooh.
But it didn't want to do it while I was here, so maybe it doesn't like multiple people. I don't know.
That is always possible.
Yeah, I'm just learning all the weird on it. Sorry, getting close-ups, I'm sure.
That's okay. Every now and then I forget my camera is on and people get to see right up the top of my head as I zoom in. Alrighty, I have the YouTube chat open. If anybody has any strong feelings, speak now. I see Ayani saying 15, and then you could reach your goal before midnight. Alrighty. So for Ayani, we will start with a 15-minute sprint.
I will actually get my bags, hopefully, and start packing during that. Because I don't know exactly when my stepdad will get here because I don't know if he actually left at 5 or earlier. That's why, like, if I hear a noise, I just get up and look out the window.
Oh, and Bonnie, if you want me to send you a thing, I can send you a thing too. If you want to actually be up here with us. Alrighty, make sure you're saving yourself today because the gremlins tried to take the whole stream away from me today by having my laptop update. And if anybody's ever had a Mac, you know that can take anywhere from 10 minutes to 9 hours because sometimes it just takes forever. So make sure you're saving. Make sure you're backing up what you're doing. Just make sure you're hydrating. If you haven't gotten up and stretched in a while, maybe do that at the beginning of this. We are getting started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoop. And yeah, there it is. Beep 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 beep. That is the end of that sprint, and I actually managed to get some stuff done. This thing tells me word count, doesn't it? Do you tell me word count? You tell me word count. Yes, 245 words. Yay. That's awesome. Scrivener is freaking me out, so I'm not working in there right now because it's all bright and scary. It's all bright and scary.
So I got 196 and a better hat to go with my map.
Excellent.
I like it.
Well, that's
Thank you.
cool.
It was actually handmade by the hat person, and the lace is her grandmother's wedding dress, her great grandmother's wedding dress. She only parted with it because I loved it that much.
Aww. Wow. That's cool.
Oh my goodness. I had actually thought about doing what Mallory does and what Garrett Robinson does, and actually put my text up on the screen so you could watch me type during the sprint, because I think that that's kind of neat, and I completely forgot to do that. So I might try that on the next one, because I really like it when they do it, and especially because I'm doing weird stuff. It's all manner of weird stuff, so who knows what you'll see on that page if I go ahead and do it. Alrighty, let's see where we are.
Good news, I think I have almost all my clothes packed. I just need to pick the clothes for me to wear, at a funeral.
Your friend from the last time can figure out where I live, I'll mail you guys some bread.
Hey, I figured out how I'm going to get back to my house. By the way, for this weekend, I figured out a 2-for-1 deal for myself.
Ooh.
Because last time I went up north, I didn't get to see my sister, and so I haven't seen my sister in a while. So my sister is going to drive me home, so that I get to spend all that time with her, and then I'm going to probably make her lunch before she leaves, and then so we get to spend time together, and I get a ride home.
That's cool.
That works.
Ayani got. Oh wait, that's where we left off. Okay, I found where we are in the chat. Okay, I feel better now. Yes, happy second Friday the 13th of 2020. It's been a relatively good day for me today. I am feeling kind of weird today, but I think it's just everything going on right now. I think it's mostly nerves, but I don't know.
My grandmother was actually born on Friday the 13th.
That's cool. Have to go lay down. Oh, I hope you're feeling better, Mama Maggie. Bunny says, I will stay in the chat for now. Thank you. Alrighty. Oh, you're cooking. Alrighty.
Sorry, my phone is just gently rocking back and forth.
It's the dulcet bass tones that keep insisting on insinuating them inside my voice. Let's see. Spence says, I pulled the brioche buns out of the oven and they smell divine. I bet they do. Brioche is amazing. Ayane said, I did it. I actually reached 30K. Awesome.
Nice.
All the snaps. That is a wonderful thing and a wonderful feeling. And I'm very glad that you got to your goal.
Hey, Ayane, I think I recognize her. I think she's the same person that attends my 1 o'clock streams close to the end.
CB said 430. That's awesome.
Nice.
Read the question in my eyes before I could ask it and said, Dad, was there was here to begin, but I'm sorry, Dad was here to begin with, but he had to go back to work. He's struggling with this big time. So he's doing what he does best, which is, rolling in and being a superhero because, what he does. Kate got 120 words. That's awesome. Every single one of them painful. I know that feeling. That's been my the last 2-3 weeks of writing for me, and hopefully I'm beyond that. I don't know. I don't know. It's been a weird time to write. It's been a really weird time to write and to try to be creative through everything that's currently going on. I'm hoping that things will get a bit better. My biggest concern right now is just there's a stomach bug going around town, and the hubby thinks he may have brought it into the house. He thinks he may have had it the other night. It's not like a bad one, but I'm really afraid. Don't tell me that. I have a stream tomorrow. I don't want to have to be like, I'll be right back. Everybody else, you're in charge. Bye. Woof. And have to run and disappear for a while. But hopefully everything's good. I do feel a little strange today. I just wanted to bring that up in case I do suddenly disappear, because I am feeling a little strange today. But I think more than anything, it's that I haven't figured out how to heat this room that I'm in. The new office, it's in the 40s out today, and this room has no insulation in it, and it only has one vent to the central heating, which I'm so far away from the thermostat that the thermostat kicks off before this room is built up. So I have a little space heater in here, and I think why I'm feeling weird is my knees are very warm and the rest of me isn't, because of their proximity to the space heater. So my body has 2 different temperature zones right now. So I'm probably going to play with that a little bit on the next sprint, because I'm not all that happy with where it is right now. Oh, okay, it's Vince. I'm sorry. I'm That's right. Tony's daughter's name's Morgan. Christina is here. Hello. You've only missed one sprint. We're about to do a second one, probably for 25, just because I really like 25-minute sprints. I really do.
I'm still here, by the way. I'm just packing stuff because I need to have my packing done.
Spence, have I offended you? That's like a curse. Go eat Taco Bell. Are you mad at me? What did I do wrong to earn the curse of the old world? Go eat Taco Bell. I don't understand. Oh, yeah. Guaranteed to purchase system. Okay, I get it now. Okay. See, there was a pause in StreamYard between these two going through. Yes, guaranteed to purchase the system of any stomach bugs before it takes hold. Now, we actually have figured out over the years that a good, strong probiotic tea gets in there and will help do warfare with them and help out in the interim. It's just, I think I'm having a stress hangover. I think that's where I'm at with everything that's been going on, nationally, in my life and everything else right now, that I've gotten through to the other side of either, I don't know, I'm either better or I've just reached acceptance. I don't know which it is. It's one of those two, but I still have that I've just been tired all day. I'm not sleepy tired, I want to go to bed, just lethargic tired all day. And that usually happens to me after a really stressful period. So Stephanie McMahon is Pepper's cousin. Awesome. Okay, I will try to keep that in my brain box. Hooray! Okay, so felt like I was going to say something else before we went into a sprint, but I don't remember what it was because I'm not good at it today. So let's remind you because of everything going on. I think it's also that I'm really like freaking out over my laptop right now because all of the menus change. And I was saying to Kat before we went live that I have not had such a jarring OS reskin happen for me since we went from like Windows 3.1 to Windows 95. Like it looks very different. Like everything looks different. Like all my icons, like everything looks different, and it's freaking me out. So on that note, make sure you are saving your projects. Save your words, save your documents, back them up, send them to yourself, send them to a friend, send them to a beta reader, send them to your writing collective, whatever you need to do, save them so that you don't lose them in the chaos that this world has been trying to throw on us.
Mhm.
Taco Bell is a blessing, not a curse. I will take your word for it. It does terrible things to me. Alrighty. So I'm going to set the timer for 25 minutes because that's good. I'm probably also going to get the candles going over here with my Ganesha because I think some remover of obstacles would also be good for us today. Probably going to get those set up during this one. So, is everybody ready? The hand of judgment has spoken. Let's get going. Let's start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint. Beep, 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 beep. Alrighty. Well, Kat is on her way, and we wish her a very safe journey.
She
And
going back home or?
yeah, I don't know how much she said. Said publicly, so I don't know what. Yeah, she's going back home for a family thing.
Ah.
So
Hmm.
hopefully all will be well. Let's see. I am eminently frustrated with myself because I always tell you all to save your documents. That's because you need to be better than me. Apparently, the thing that I wrote while I was on Jules' stream today, I never saved.
Oh no.
And it disappeared in the update.
Oh no.
So I had a moment. I had to because I switched from the one document back over to the other one and went, well, why are you blank? where,
Oh no.
where words at? There should be words here. And I had a moment and I recollected myself and I moved forward and I'm trying to rewrite what I can from memory to get back to where I was. So, so be better than me. Save your work. I thought I hit save.
Been there, understand. I did 643. I'm in a scene where my Grim Reaper / life coach has stolen into her client's house to try to figure out more about her client and is now trying to take the cover off of her car so she can see what her client's driving. Because she thinks that is how you learn how humans work. That and watching infomercials, reality TV, and court shows. That's how she knows humans, aside from being at their deathbeds.
Oh my.
Like I said, it's a comedy, all right.
That just gets the full, oh my. Oh. Yeah. That's not the best way. It is a way. But that's going to lead to some fun comedy of errors things if you want to do them. So, yay. Princessa arrived. Hello, how are you doing?
I might take this off for the rest of the night, although the hat's so cute. It's got
I love the hat. The hat is so cute.
Little fascinator, or whatever they want to call them.
The pronoun I has arrived. Hello, pronoun.
Hello.
Spence has made the executive decision to sit on her exercise ball and is already regretting it. So, update. I fell. Caught myself. Didn't request it. But now I'm sitting on a stool. See, I've thought about those exercise balls, but there's two things. One, I can fall off of anything. I can be laying flat in the middle of a very large flat surface and find a way to fall off of it because I am that kind of a person. So the idea of having a ball to sit on just did not
like
seem
this one.
Right.
Like this one, Charlie.
Yeah.
This is mine.
It just seems dangerous, like at the best of times. Like I have almost fallen out of the chair that I'm currently sitting in, even though it is a nice ergonomic desk chair that like fully supports like all of the parts of me that are in it, and I've still found ways to almost fall out of it. I'm a master faller.
I use my exercise balls and inverted bench press with my weights. So it gets really interesting when you're sitting there with all these really heavy weights on you going, oh boy, I don't want to drop these and I don't want to fall off that ball.
Hello, Carrie. How are you doing? I'm glad to see you here. The pronoun likes your style, Catherine.
Why, thank you. The mask is something I wasn't wearing costumes for my streams, and then Devin of course convinced me otherwise. So I was like, okay, I'll wear costumes for him now.
Well, Devin.
Mhm.
See, we got 482 words. Snaps for that. Stephanie is right. You and Shane are going to have to sit down and talk this out, said my friend. I know. There's some stuff going down. I get it. I get it. I think I autocorrected it when I read it. But I get it.
I think you did, yeah.
Kat said, I haven't yet to pack laptop. Stepped ahead. Almost here, though.
It's another reason why I like using my phone is I can carry it and still stream. It's just harder to write words.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm the phrase writing words it's going to be a little bit sore for a little bit until I get this get this stuff rewritten, because I was so happy with it too, and
that's why I encourage everyone to write their books first by hand.
See, okay. So today, my box of Future Wonders arrived.
Nice.
10 new blank journals, just awaiting to be written on. And after this, I am almost to the point of just pulling one of these out and doing like, I don't like putting that extra step in of having to type it up. Though, if I were smart and did it like Neil Gaiman and a lot of others and used that as a pre-edit.
Yeah, like these are my first drafts of one book, and then when I type it up on this computer, it becomes my second draft.
I don't even have to technically break into those yet, because get out here. I think it's this one. Yeah, this one is actually the journal that already has some of the pre-ideas in here. So I might just do that, because I'm really frustrated right now, and I'm mad at my laptop for changing the colors of everything. Because when I switched back over, I was like, well, I'll just work on the thing in Scrivener, and then I was like, oh wait, you look weird. Next.
Yeah, it's understandable.
And I checked. I actually went into the appearance settings, and that's the most frustrating thing, is the appearance settings are correct. They're just not displaying. So it knows that it's supposed to have the dark background and the light text. It knows this. It's just not doing it. Yeah. Which to me means that the update that they pushed last week that was supposed to fix this bug didn't. So,
well, that's annoying.
Which is one of the reasons why I updated, because I was reading the patch notes, and they were pre-patching so that, well, I didn't update, but I couldn't stop it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't upset when I saw that it updated, because I knew that they were doing, they were pre-patching for it so that it would be ready, which made me happy, because I love using Dramatica, and Dramatica still hasn't patched.
Oh my god, I know Dramatica and Dramatica Pro. I use them all the time.
I really like them for pulling an idea out. I like the questions. I really like them for pulling an idea out. But they didn't update off the last one. Like I have an IOU that when they release the next version, I get it for free, because I bought it, and then they decided, oh no, we're just not going to update, and so it has not worked for a year.
So I think the last time I actually used Dramatica was when Pro came out.
Because this is the thing after Pro, which is what? Dramatica Story. It's still installed over here just to like mock me. Story Expert is what they call it. And I really liked it. It was good for capturing ideas, because that's the hardest part for me, is getting all the little bits and pieces out so I can start writing a story. but we shall see. Kate got 411 words.
Nice.
I'm this close to changing projects halfway through November.
That's understandable. I have 5 projects. I've got short stories. I have This Is My Grim Reaper that I'm putting into my computer. 4 different notebooks for all of my shorts. Yeah,
I did
I
just
have a lot.
because the game design that I'm working on for the other story is taking longer than I wanted it to.
Mhm.
So I'm just kind of doing it on the side because I had this like dream world that I could basically base the game on the story. And as I'm getting into some of the first combats in the story, I'm realizing I need to have the game completely figured out first. So
Yeah.
new genre, yes. Like I didn't know what I was doing getting into it. Now I know. And I also know why most people probably don't do a companion game to go along with that RPG because it would make it a lot easier. I wanted to have a companion game. The Peril of Ball Chairs. Your computer is trained to give you a rage-induced something. Mine too. I know, isn't it exciting? Like this whole big box. There's 10 journals in there. Because if you buy them in bulk, they're only $5 a piece. And I really like them. That's these. So this is what they actually look like when you use them. They've got a nice hardcover on them. They've got the nice band to keep them closed. They are really, I like the amount of words that you get to put on a page. I like how they're lined. I like the quality of the paper. I like these a lot.
Yeah, I'm too stuck on getting everything individually.
Yeah, I am too. Like most of my journals up until this point have been very individualistic. And then a couple years ago, I got into these journals that are a leather shell that wrap around a blank book. And then when you're done with the blank book, you just replace it and put it in here. And they stopped selling the refill for this one.
Well, yeah, I think I showed you mine, right? I showed you mine. This guy, he's wrapped around a blank shell.
But they stopped selling my refills.
Yeah, this was Barnes and Nobles, and I don't think they can sell anything this large anymore. I've been trying to find one.
I like the big ones. I like the big ones a lot.
So do I. My problem is that we've learned is part of my writing process is actually buying the journals because it helps me get into the head of whatever character I'm doing at the time. It's odd, but if I just pick up something random, it's hard for me to get into the story.
So these are paper age journals, and I really like them. They're on Amazon, and you can buy like I think up to like 20 at a time, and you get more of a discount depending on how many you order at a time. But I just got the box of 10 because that should last me for a good little bit. And they arrived in like 2 days. So yeah, because I ordered them Wednesday. So they arrived in 2 days. So I like this brand. I've used them before. So also back from dinner, I might try to film some update videos during the sprints. That's cool. I tried both of those things. I don't know. I figure that they changed something in the OS that they're not taking into account, and that's what's causing the discrepancy in the display. Because I've noticed, because what it is it's the priorities that are off. Like if we just want to have a coding moment for a minute, it's the priorities that are off because the text color is overwriting the display color. And when the text color is set to default, it should be whatever the default color is. So that's the problem, is it's making it black. Nikki says ate dinner that sprint or sprints, I don't know, and almost 20 8K words. That is awesome. Snap.
Nice.
And Devin is here and says, howdy. Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
And Jules says, are there knockoff refills you could get? Not that I could find. Not because there are quite a few refills that I did find at various stores that I looked, but the measurements weren't right. So I could basically get a smaller book to fit in here, and this is already kind of as small as I want. So, and you're welcome. Because I really like them. Like I said, if you use them, they're probably going to end up having stickers all over them. I kind of want to bring home our label maker, or at least have the hubby make me a label with our label maker so that they can start having names easily on the spines for them. But we will see how that works. I almost feel like you fell off your seat again. Howdy, glass.
So I wanted to show you this update so people could see. That is my calligraphy thing. I think you can see it.
Ooh.
But see, I'm trying to fix these little spots because I have some spots that are completely black. And that's because certain storyboarding is not going the way it should be. So I have to actually go and record those separately. And that's why it's taken me a month to get this little bloody thing to work. So it's not that I'm not doing my job as a author tuber. It's that calligraphy workshops are a pain in the ass to work with. And I never knew how much it sucked.
First of all, I feel like an idiot. That makes so much sense. Jules has explained that means that guy with all the links.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
Awesome.
okay. I am educated. That works. That guy with all the links. Thank you for that. Yeah, I've been spending. The hubby has been home during Meadows sprints, so I've been spending time with him and not writing. So I've been missing those. Jules says, "Ooh, that reminds me. I have a small label maker and a bunch of journals you need to label." Yep. And Nikki says, "And social anxiety is real, y'all." Yes, it is. It is very real, and I don't like it. I don't appreciate it, and I want it to go away. Oh, righty. I have been enjoying the 25s. I think that a lot of people have been enjoying the 25s, so I think we will continue with that. Going forward, please save your work, people. Don't be like me.
Don't lose them. Charlie, write your journal.
I sacrificed to the gremlins so you don't have to. So, see, because I have a label maker too, but I think I need to get more tape for it. Ours is out at the restaurant, and we use it for making the labels for the shelves. Because we don't just have a restaurant, we also sell liquor, spirits, and wine by the bottle. So that's there. Alrighty. Please save your work. Back up your work. If you haven't been hydrating, get yourself hydrated. Get some water. It's good for you. If you haven't gotten up and moved around in a while, think about doing that because it's very, very handy. We are going to get started with a sprint for 25 minutes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and a go.
I think you're mute. Either that or I can't hear anything.
Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Okay. So today is Dum Dum Day. Part 3, I guess.
Uh-oh.
So, you know how I said I wasn't feeling very good? I really didn't have lunch, and I went and had a snack. And I feel a lot better.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
See, we had some leftover chicken wings from the other night, so I heated them up, and I didn't really have any. I didn't have anything that naturally went with them, and I was like, "Well, there's." I mean, there wasn't like a lot of them. There was, I think 6, but for some reason, I thought 6 chicken wings would be enough for like all day, and no, I'm a dum dum. I'm a dum dum. So I did that, and I'm feeling better. I'm still fighting with Scrivener. I don't know what's going on there. I want it to be fixed, and I don't think it will be. I'm debating whether or not I want to name the pro tag of the new story Lucian, because I was going through lists of non-binary names, and that one was on there, and I love it, but I feel like it might not work. I love it, but I feel like it might not work, but I love it. So I don't know.
You can always save it for another character.
Yeah, I already know the character's nickname, and I'm debating whether or not they will actually use their real name at all in the story, but I feel like I should know their real name.
I have one protagonist that they're on like the 4th or 5th name in 15 years that I have been toying with.
I had a protagonist that, well, 2 protagonists that changed names. One of them because some Russian ladies told me quite kindly that the name I had for my Russian character would not work because it wasn't proper. So I asked them about another name, and they said, "Is this character a good guy?" And I said, "Yes." And they're like, "Well, that name is fine then," because apparently it has to be a good name. It was Nikolai, and of course,
Yeah.
where that name comes from. I named him Nikolai because of my deceased brother, and so that worked. The second name was because I named the character after a well-known author that I tend to like, and anyone who knows that author, which I write in the same genre as that author, they would know. So my agent didn't want me to have an homage to that author and get people upset. So I kept the name, even though the agent and I split. I'm like, whatever, it worked.
Yeah, the one of the main vampire in one of the vampire books that I'm working on is named Nikolai.
Nikolai's a fun name.
The protagonist who's like on their, I don't know, 5th name now, one of the reasons I had to change it was the name for the longest time. I liked the name, like it worked. And then I had a supervisor with that name who was the second worst supervisor I've ever had in my entire life. And I was like, nope, I cannot do it now because now I just really need to kill this name. And it's like, so the search continues. Like, I used to imagine the supervisor's car just engulfed in flames daily. They were not in it. I just wanted to see the car, their new orange car, burn.
I had one store owner who, she got so tired of me having to put needles in because I'm a diabetic, and she saw one customer. I was on my lunch break. She saw one customer go, "Oh," because I was doing it. Oh dear God, while trying to eat my lunch. My store manager in her uniform, I might add, I'm not in my uniform. I'm eating my lunch. She grabs me by the arm that I was going to do my thing and drags me to the bathroom and says, "You can no longer do that anywhere except for the bathroom," which is not clean, by the way, no matter what I do. And I should have sued her. I even talked to ADA and I should have sued her, but of course in my naivety, I did not, which I kind of regret because it was a really big company I worked for. I could have probably gotten a good settlement over it. But she literally, not only did she put her hands on me, but she also was discriminating against my autoimmune disease that I cannot help.
Yeah, you cannot control it.
And I'm sorry if those poor customers think that I'm putting bad things in my body. I'm putting stuff to keep me alive.
Before we get into what all y'all did during the sprint, I would just like to point out, I just realized we've been going for 2 hours and we've done 3 sprints already.
Yeah, y'all are making a great
I'm,
time.
I'm on the ball. Like, you tell I'm excited and feeling like my Vimmer
Yeah.
again. Like,
Very
Yeah,
nice.
I try to get 4 sprints done in my write-ins at 1:00. I found that even if nobody watches me at 1 a.m, I get 30-something views throughout the whole thing. So it sounds like people are watching it when they wake up, or at least, not live. They're still watching it.
So, what did you all do during your thing? During the sprint?
Well, I wrote only 346. I know only is a bad word. I was searching for food, so I'm going to start making my noodles and MRE military food because we can't go shopping for Monday. So we're down to nothing.
I'm hoping it fixes this up. You did the thing again. Here, just let me
Yeah,
try.
you're sidelining a bit.
Say something. Say something, Catherine.
Resistance is futile.
See,
Better.
I'm wondering about that. I tried. I muted and unmuted you to see if it would fix it.
It's StreamYard.
Because I have a feeling it's StreamYard being StreamYard.
Yeah.
So, Claire, you showed up late. So
Yes, I was in a Zoom class.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about that. I was just saying for the sprint. I don't know that
Yeah.
you had time to do it.
Well,
I don't just go on the spot.
I've been writing off and on all day, and I did go and check that because I haven't, for the other day, I haven't been checking my numbers. I'm trying to get through this damn party scene. I know, I've been avoiding it. Also, Tom had a doctor's appointment yesterday. Yesterday was kind of shot, so I didn't even write it off. So today, I just was like, Tom was like, if you just get through the scene, you're gonna run through the next several scenes. You just hate parties is the problem. And I'm like, it's true. So I've been trying to, and I have 382 words throughout the day that I've added to it. And yes, so I feel good about that. And I was in a Zoom class. Y'all Write is doing panels all weekend for free.
That's cool.
And it's mostly YA themed authors talking, but they're talking about romance, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll watch.
Yep.
What you got, ladies?
That's a huge debate right now of can you
Yeah.
technically do a YA story without a romance subplot?
Ooh.
That is
They literally
such a-
discussed that. Yes.
that is such a big
That's
discussion
actually-
right now.
Yes.
That's actually why I downshifted my book into middle grade. Because at first I wrote it YA, and I was like, they're not going to publish it because there's no romance. It's not. It's an adventure. It's a magical realism, and so I put it. My husband's like, well, it sounds like all the books that you and I grew up with before they did the whole YA adult thing, and they shifted all of those children's books into literal middle grade chapter children's books because YA is only for romance, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when YA was YA because it didn't have romance.
Yeah.
Well,
see,
that's how old I am. So old, they'll help me to my car. Just
hot take, and I know I'm going to get canceled for this, but I think YA is a meaningless distinction anymore. It just means romance stories with a young protagonist.
Although I
going
do like
through,
this book.
all the feels.
That is how to write children's books, mostly centered on YA, but it does for all children's type books.
That's cool.
It's a collection of children's writers talking about it. Yeah, I miss when it was just adults and children. That's all. Because then you weren't compelled with, oh, if it's YA, it has to look like this. If it's middle grade, it has to look. I'm like, no. Just put children's and adults. That's all it needs.
I've literally, the protagonist who's had many names, part of it is also vacillating about their age. Because it does, essentially the opening scene is a suicide scene. It's not for little children. But I mean, they're very young because that's part of the problem.
Yeah, I had to get rid of the one that I'm shopping to agents right now. I had to get rid of an on-screen suicide. It's still needed in the book, but I have to put it off-screen because well, it's an upper middle grade, so at least I can get away with some things, but not all things.
Yeah, I mean, like, and mine isn't attempted. It doesn't actually happen because the other protagonist is like, "What you doing?" You know, there are options. I've been sent here to pick you up. Where are you taking me? I don't know. They didn't say in the orders. And it's an angel, and he's like, "I'm just here to like pick you up. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with you. Let's go." He smokes. I mean, he's actually based on a real person who was my guardian angel.
Nice. With mine, it's supposed to be very dark. I've got a lot of soul-sucking magic. I do a lot of dark, grim, like fairy folklore. So but I don't like that middle grades fairy tales are just happy Disney type. I want the real stuff. And so that's what I decided to do with this book is the nitty-gritty dark fairy tales.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about before of like my mother. I raised on fairy tales with Baba Yaga and pukas, and pukas are scary creatures, but who can be allies. They can be enemies. It's just they're essentially chaotic neutral. It's great.
Yeah, I'm doing all those in the second book. If this book ever becomes a series, it's actually called The Mystical Emporium and the Baba Yagas because children are disappearing in Slovakia and they think it's the Baba Yagas who can be either good or evil depending on what you do. And they find out it's more things like the Pied Piper decided to come to town and a few other things. And, I grew up in Germany, so I know about Hamlin.
Yes, they still have some statues, I believe.
Yeah, they used to have a stained glass window that actually showed the, quote, real story of Hamlin, but it broke in an earthquake and shattered, and nobody's been able to see even the shards of it anymore.
Yep.
It's a very fascinating mythology on it. I love it.
So Kate got 394 words and finally finished chapter 4.
Very nice. Very nice.
That is the greatest feeling in the world. And I can't wait to see the look on Glory's face when she gets when you get stuck in a chapter that just won't end. And it's not because it's like titanically long. This is like Jules Franken chapter, because I've had those too, where it's just like, oh, I'm going to have to break this up later, but I'm just going to keep writing and just get it all out. No, not that. It's because they're often like short chapters or medium-sized chapters that just, for some reason, something keeps catching you up, and you're just like you feel like your head's going to pop like the dude in Scanners.
It's like it's small talk, but it's not small talk because it's a party. It's supposed to be small talk, but in reality, it's actually still moving the plot forward. It's like shoot me now. I hate every minute of. I mean, they're having this conversation by a pool. I hate the whole thing. It's like I'm there.
So, what you're saying is you don't want to co-write with me my Downton Abbey-esque vampire fiction that I'm kind of doing in the background.
Do I have to write the small talk parts, or can I just write
It's like all
My
like,
goodness.
It's like subtext. Small
it's like my husband. He's like, I don't like small talk. Don't you talk to me about small talk.
Like I love snarky stuff, but these are actually like two people who just meet and they're both awkward, so they're being awkward together, and I'm like, So,
and that's why I love my husband as a co-writer, but it's also why I'm frustrated with him as a co-writer. Co-writer, editor, whatever you want to call him. He believes firmly that every sentence has to have 2 or 3 meanings for that sentence to matter. If not, he cuts it. So he can take anything and cut it to 20,000 words. That's why he's a good editor. But at the same time, it's frustrating because I have to think critically.
Yeah.
So, Nikki, that's a really tough question, and it depends on how empathy works in your setting.
Definitely.
To me, when I'm thinking about somebody who could have like a spidey sense kind of thing, that to me is more telesthesia, where you get a sense of something other than where you are. than empathy, but I can see ways like if they could feel like if somebody was about to attack or something, they could get the sense of that wave of anger or revenge or what that emotion wave hit them before the person arrived, and they would know that something was wrong. Or if somebody was saying one thing, definitely if somebody was saying one thing but meaning something else, they would feel they would be able to detect the subterfuge and the lie. But it really depends on how you have empathy working in your setting.
Yeah.
That can go a lot of different ways because I've seen empaths used in a lot of ways, some of which I'm not entirely sure fits the word empath, but
I've seen them used in the way of telepaths or telekinesis, and I'm like, that's not empathic.
That's literally something else.
I'm empathic. I can't move things with my mind. Trying, it's not working.
I can't remember the book that I was reading, but all empaths had the ability to set things on fire with their mind, and I'm like, that's not. It's not.
That's literally something else. That's literally something else. Yeah.
I think I wanted to say hi to just Ava because she had said hi to both you and me.
Yep.
Glory. Yep. I just didn't see it till. I was like, I didn't see it until after like the chatty righty, whatever. These.
Vince got 113 words, snaps for you, and a phone call with a friend.
Very nice.
Hopefully it was a good phone call. CB got 72 words. Is there somewhere I can check emails? Yeah, Shane's office. He won't mind. He's been working from home 3 days a week since Marissa left him. Somebody got left? Ooh. Yes, agreed. Lots of things that got deleted. For anybody who's doing the thing, the chat just jumped. So great. Even of characters.
Actually, Eva, I don't know if you can see it. Maybe Charlie can highlight the thing. Oh, let me see. Can I actually center in on this? Right here. You see this? What does that say?
Eva.
Yep. My lawyer client the lawyer client in this book is called Eva, and she lives in a penthouse. Very rich penthouse. She's a lawyer. There you go. There you go. There's a character named.
Yeah, I like that name a lot too. The issue is I don't know if the characters. I have a feeling this character is going to be more my like Yojimbo. They have a code name that they go by, and very commonly a short name based on it. But I just feel like I, as writer, should know their real name. I feel like I should know their real name.
That's fair.
But I have not found a name that I like. I like for them, so I might just go on. I have a name that will be used in the story.
Just put parentheses, coolest name ever. There you go. Just
there. Yeah, just put that in brackets, coolest name ever. Move on.
My husband has a thing where I'm like, I don't know how to do the science in this short story. He goes, just put parentheses, scientific babble, and I will write it in for you. Okay.
Nice.
Okay, that's fine.
Very nice.
That's true. Composer of Flight of the Bumblebee's first name was Nikolai. That's
Love
true.
Nikolai.
Thanks,
Devin.
for that. Devin, what would we do without you?
I think the middle grade writers group that I'm a part of talks about the y'all's chat.
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't trigger anything there. Like, I know you've been having like summer of trying to fix the Franken chapter, but it's a very good example because a lot of the people that are here also watch your stream, so they know the epicness of the Franken chapter. So you've given us a term for those really long chapters that just go too long, but there's no natural place to stop them, and so you keep going. You've given us a term of art for this, and I
have no concept of a chapter anymore. I've just given up. I'm like, they're constructs like time.
The best thing I do for chapters is my husband told me a chapter is a scene. That's all you do is you write a short story in a chapter. It's a scene.
And that's how like I've structured the Y Writer project for this is there's 25 pivotal scenes and each one I have listed as a chapter. Now that'll also include interstitial scenes before and after that connect everything, sure. But I'm just doing pivotal scenes right now. That's essentially going to be my zero draft.
Technically, Nikki, that's called pyrokinesis. Generally,
Yeah. It's like an entirely different thing.
Yeah, it was one of the many ways to get me to throw your book across the room is to be like, oh, everyone here's an empath. See, and I can prove it. Whoosh. Wait, you just made fire appear in your hand. Yes, because I'm an empath. No, you're not.
No, that's not what an empath is. Yeah.
That sounds like somebody who Googled empath and briefly looked at like the latest thing Hollywood or Netflix was doing and decided that was an empath. I went boom.
Yeah.
They don't actually know what it is.
Oh no, is she driven her down?
Oh no. Okay, so
Everyone breathe. Breathe. You're gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this together.
So
This is why I write in Word.
are you on a Mac or Windows? That's important to know for troubleshooting because they're very different programs depending on which operating system you're working on. If it's Windows, I don't know what to do to help you because I have the Windows version of it and I don't like it, so I can use it. Oh, wait. Okay, all better.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. Yay.
'Twas the computer being slow. Okay. I have to say, when mine, I'm just really upset because let's see if I can bring this up. Can I do? Why is everything look different? All right. We don't like change. Change scares us. I really feel like I'm turning into Garth from Wayne's World. Like that's like the future of me. But I have to work in it this now because I actually have it set up so that it keeps the main editor window in daylight mode, in day mode. Because if I flip it over tonight so that it's all dark. So let me do that. Maybe it'll work. Oh, there it goes.
What the blazes is this nonsense?
The text stays black.
Nice.
And it's not supposed to. And it's really frustrating because if you go into the settings, appearance, main editor, text, see, text is light, is a light color. And see, override text color with color is checked. And I've tried unchecking it and checking it again.
It doesn't show us your pop-up, so I'm just taking your word for it.
Yeah, so
It's so dark you can't
well,
even see the pop-up.
I just changed the text color. That's what I was doing, and you noticed that it stayed black.
It's frustrating.
So I until they get that fixed, I'm just gonna have to keep it in day. I do like that they added an option where the rest of the app goes dark mode, but you can keep the text editor in day mode because maybe they're having trouble patching it. Maybe this is their fix for it that they mentioned in the last patch because maybe they haven't figured out how to fix it. And this is how to fix it. There's the workaround until then, which it's a viable workaround. I can still see it, but I always edit in day mode and you should edit in bright mode. Your eyes have a harder time distinguishing between words, and you can skip over spelling mistakes a lot easier in dark mode. There's a lot of research on this, but when you're just drafting, you don't need to pay that close of attention, and I usually draft in dark mode. But that's too dark. Okay, so to see that. I hate to see that I'm getting words, and I already feel like I'm dumping my thoughts into the void enough already. But it just literally making it look like I'm just pouring my thoughts into the void.
That's fair.
It's driving me crazy. Hello to Mama. And yes, we all
Hey,
love
babe.
Catherine Pat.
Yes, I love, what was it, Devin the Cat Hatter?
Well, I'm quite mad too, so I guess I'm the Mad Cat Hatter.
Oh, there we go.
Loves it.
As I was telling Charlie and Kat earlier, the other cat, who had to scram. This is actually, I was at Balticon, which is a science fiction fantasy writing convention, and there was a hatter who was literally making all the hats, and this was her first hat she ever made. And what she did is she actually used stuff around the house, like the lace here is from her grandmother or great grandmother's wedding dress. And the only reason why she parted with it is because I was in love with it too much. And she knew it'd go to a good home.
See, that's the size of the bishop's mitre that I want to make for myself.
Yes.
Because I want a little bit of bishop's mitre to sit on the top of my head, just like that, just a little off to the side, off the side of a fez. So when I do stuff in my persona of Cardinal Scorpio.
Let me see if I can actually show you. I don't know, it's kind of hard to do. But this is actually clipped onto my hair. Sorry. It's actually clipped on, and then I can put this, but I have to put my hair up. If not, then it'll slip right off my scalp because my hair is still fine. But yeah, it's actually clipped on, and it's very steampunky. It's got like some Victorian accoutrements and a clock. And
I started putting together my cosplay for this, and starting to pick out like color scheme and everything. And then Papa Leviathan beat me to it and picked like the same exact color scheme that I wanted, and I don't want to look like a copycat, so now I have to pick different colors. I really like those colors, so like
Can't copy. Oh my goodness.
right?
Well, like in a fandom built on obscene individuality,
There we go.
you have to stand out. Like with the exception of the people that just do existing characters in setting, who like Asmodee has been killing it. He's been making his own masks, and like if you want to see how latex masks are made, follow Asmodee Productions on Instagram. He's been doing live streams every time he makes a silicone foam or a latex foam mask, and he makes them for a living. So he makes all different ones, not just ghost related. He makes all kinds of different ones. And it's so fascinating to watch because he live streams the entire process on days when he's making them. And it's really fun to watch. Really, really cool. But his game is so like, it's like up here. And I'm just like, I have to get out my sewing machine and show people that I can't sew. And that I have to make a hat and show people that I am not a Milner. And,
So the person who makes my masks, he works for the Ren Fair, and I used to work for him. But they're all leather. And he makes them all himself. And this one was actually a mistake mask, and so I bought it at a discount. But it's really a fun thing. I know a lot of people, like my husband wants one of the play these masks, and I know somebody who could make it, but we're talking $600, $700, $800, if not almost $1,000. This is a leather mask that he hand makes.
And see me, yes, I have. There are things that I could do, but I don't like messing with my text because I don't want to forget that I did it, because it becomes the natural way that I see it. And then when it comes time to actually publish the thing, be like, why is this happening? And it taking that extra, because I know myself, day to a week to figure out, oh yeah, I did that thing, because I'm stupid when it comes to things sometimes. That's why like a lot of people do things where they change the color of their text for different things and as they're typing. I can't do that. I will forget that I did that and then wonder why my export file looks like a hot mess. I am a dumb when it comes to these things.
I'm just so old school. I'm very old school. I handwrite it all, but I just keep going. I don't even know what a delete button is. I just keep going. It'll be fixed in editing.
Nicole, my computer just updated to Big Sur, which is Mac OS X 14 today without asking me, because I went to have lunch, and when I came back, it was on the "I'm updating your computer, please don't turn it off" screen. And I went, "No, I haven't turned it off." And literally, it finished its update about 7 minutes before the stream went live.
Wow.
And that's when I started discovering, oh wait, because I was like, before we start, let me make sure everything opens. And that's when I discovered the nightmare color problems. Hello, Netta. Does it smack while you're typing? Yeah, yes, it does. It and the other thing is the highlight line. Because I usually work in typewriter mode because I love typewriter mode. If you use Scrivener and you don't know about typewriter mode, it will save your life. It's a little typewriter up in the bar. You click it, and the text will stay in the middle of the screen. The line that you're typing is always in the middle of the screen. So your eyes only have to move backwards and forward. You don't have to chase it down the page. No scrolling. It just scrolls around like it would have on an old school typewriter. I love it. I love it. I love it. But it also creates a highlight bar that goes across there to show you which line it is. So when you go away and come back, you know exactly where to lock your eyes in. It's not even highlighting in dark mode. So there's something going on with dark mode.
You said that the go away come back thing, Charlie, and I had to look behind me to make sure my husband wasn't standing there because that's his motto. We'll be walking before, of course, the pandemic. We're walking in the store. And I start talking because he was behind me. Da 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 da. Oh, look, he's not there. So I'm like, where'd he go? So I'm trying to find him. Where is he? And then I look behind him and he's right there. And I'm like, where did you come from? He's like, I've been following behind you. He goes, I go away, I come back. And he does. It's scary. He's the only person I cannot read as an empath. Only person. He's very good at it.
Nikki, that's awesome. 1,362 words for today. That is. Oh, you need more.
They need more. Yeah.
We can do that. That's not hard. We're going to do another sprint in just a minute.
My Nano page says, at this rate, I'll finish my project in April 5th, 2021.
Probably going to handwrite my next sprint because I need to rewrite the thing because I'm doing a thing with the Greek idea of a Parian.
Okay.
In this setting, and I had it all written out this morning. What are you doing? I really didn't say that.
So I have written 1,268 words.
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm working on a second draft at this moment.
I feel like I'm being productive. Like, I feel like I know what I'm doing. It's just, I really like the story. I really like where it's going. This is a world I've been developing for a very long time. This is a story that I've actually been writing off and on throughout the year, but I never liked the main character. Like, the MC was wrong. I know. I figured out who the main, that was my big breakthrough, is like, oh, this person should be the main character. Like, basically, you know how in a series you often have like your main character and then like the people they pick up along the way?
Right.
I try to make the people they pick up along the way the main characters of the story.
Mm.
And I basically had them reversed.
Yeah.
So that the main character was the dude they picked up along the way, and they had it backwards. And when I realized that, I was like,
yeah.
I feel like such a dum-dum. But when I originally started working on it, it made a lot more sense that it was the other way around. So I've already got like 5K written in this story, a lot of which is going to be salvageable because I think I'm going to actually keep the story, at least a large chunk of it, from their point of view, and do what is it called, third-person referential for it, so that it's in the story's told from not the protagonist's point of view, but they're witnessing the actions of the protagonist. At least to see how that all works. But now that I understand that, because I couldn't figure out why the main character, who I thought was the protagonist, didn't feel like a protagonist, then it's good. You want?
I'm just writing in third person because I'm so used to telling stories that way, like, in third person past tense.
Yeah.
That is like, look, this is a zero draft. I'm just going to get this baby out, and then I will fix it all in edits.
I'm currently
this one is first person past because it just feels funny to be in the Grim Reaper's head yourself and trying to understand why. I think I told you what I was writing, Gloria, didn't I? This is my Grim Reaper life coach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And just hearing how she thinks of humanity is hilarious.
Yeah, I do I like the whole idea of dead or death life coach. I think that's sort of a fun kind of tickly thing.
I think it's funny.
Yeah.
It's just innately funny.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of treasure to be mined with the premise alone.
Yeah, no, I've got she had her shop. She bought a morgue and turned it into her life coach shop, her office. And at one point, she gets a knock on the door, and there's this goth kid, and she learns that they used to be poetry readings here. So now she's like, "Well, if one of you guys sign up as my client, I'll let you do poetry things here." And they go into some interesting shenanigans. She's got a lawyer client who is afraid of sudden loud noises. And so she installs a gavel sound on her phone as well as 2 places in her house so that every time she's notified, she gets that sound so that it can hopefully cure her of her problems. So she's learning this through watching Judge Judy and
learning about humanity through television is such a mixed bag.
Reality TV shows, soap operas, all of this is how she's learning humanity.
It doesn't really fit with what you're writing, but for some reason, every time you describe your story, I feel like it is in the expanded universe to Drop Dead Diva.
I
don't think
I was thinking you did like me.
I can see that like me as well.
I was thinking because I loved the original movie and then the TV series and then the second movie or whatever they tried to do another kind of. I loved every last freaking bit of that. I was major into it. It's the reason I got a TiVo, quite frankly. It's the actual reason I got a TiVo.
Drop Dead Diva, if you're not familiar with it, it was the last thing that I watched I think it was on Lifetime. I think it was the last series on Lifetime I ever liked. The premise of the show is basically a sexy model died at the same time as an overweight legal lawyer lady. I think she's actually a lawyer.
She's a lawyer.
She was a lawyer. I was trying to remember because there's another series kind of like it, but she was a legal aid. I was trying to keep my series straight. A lawyer. And they resuscitated one, but they sent the wrong spirit back.
Right.
Because both spirits arrived at the same time. So she used to be a drop dead gorgeous model, and now she's in the body of kind of a chunky lawyer lady.
Yep, she has to confront her own fat phobia, the world's fat phobia, as well as the fact that she has no real life skills, and she needs to now function in this world with professionals.
And her guardian angel is so upset about this because he will get fired if they find out that he brought the wrong person, put her in the wrong body. So he's trying to help her cover it up. A comedy of errors. And her friend with the muffin shop is so cute, and I love her. It was a very good show. But I don't know why. I think it's because of the odd death whimsy that you're talking about in your story. It's very much that kind of a show where there's a lot of supernatural whimsy.
Yeah, I made it off of chiclets, a chicklet style.
Oh yeah, this is very much a chicklet thing because she thinks that she should be able to be with her former lover.
And I can't imagine why that guy's no, I like Superman.
Who are you, strange lady? Why are you being all familiar?
She's I swear we're meant to be together. No.
Yeah, there's another Grim Reaper that is somebody that she has been dealing with her entire life, and it's because of a horrible bet that she lost with him that the Black Plague happened, and all this other stuff. And now he's coming down to say, look, the Society of Grim Reapers says if you can't save this town, we're going to reap everyone. So now, because of watching reality TV that she believes is real, because of this bet, because of everything else, she starts a YouTube channel as well. She wants to save the world from their problems. So this is it's gonna go a lot of places, and now
when you say that, I now understand a lot of beauty tubers better, because I'm starting to wonder how many beauty tubers are actually Grim Reapers who lost a bet and started a YouTube channel. Explain a lot of them.
Right? I
I'm
was
just saying, like, because they don't seem to understand how humanity works.
They don't seem to understand how singular humans work, let alone as a group.
Yeah,
like
I think you may have cracked the code there.
there's this part in the book where she talks about how you gain confidence, and one of my favorite parts is she says, you know, after you meet the person, you have to be very careful not to go to the bathroom and look through all their social media to stalk them. But if you do, remember to wash your hands.
I love it. I love it. All right, we are going to do another sprint, and I'm either going to rewrite my backstory or start working on the story directly. I don't know. We'll see.
And I'm going to actually cook dinner because I'm hungry. Even if it's an MRE, I want food.
It's not one of those tuna ones, is it?
Well, no, I took the
Because I actually had a tuna one and I tried it out. This was done. I'm not going to do the backstory, but anyway, the bottom line is the tuna one literally ate through the concrete in the back of my apartment. So that little urban legend is true. Stay away from the tuna one. All the rest of the MREs do not do that, but the tuna one does. There's something wrong in it.
No, for me,
man.
this isn't.
Ate into it. I couldn't get my deposit back when I moved out. I was so mad.
Evil MREs.
It was a crap apartment.
No, I'm using the cheese and bacon spread to put in a penne pasta and kind of create a weird Velveeta mix because I'm like, well, why not? My husband and I were both military, so we've got MRE somewhere around. You keep them. You really do.
They really do keep so long, and they're great, and I love all the other ones, but that tuna one, stay away from it. It is bad news. Even the raccoons wouldn't eat it.
Oh, no, we don't use tuna MREs. We get tuna cans.
That's animal cruelty, even letting it be around an animal. I'm just saying. All right.
Well, I didn't know it was going to eat through the concrete. I put it out there, like it was smelled so bad. I put it out there, like the raccoons can have it, and the raccoons wouldn't touch it. And it didn't rain for 3 days. And by the time it rained and washed it away, it had eaten into the concrete, and I was so ticked off.
Would they do kill the tuna with acid? I
don't know. Yeah, well, I didn't. I was not about to taste it to try.
Well,
But
yeah, right?
it came in the box. I think it was B box. I can't remember if it was B box or C box where the tuna comes in. And so it was just a set. You know, you just get the box, the whole case of it. And that's why I was saying, don't eat the tuna. Let me warn you now, and don't give it to the raccoons. They have better taste than that.
We do have some raccoons right here. We have foxes. I wouldn't give it to them either.
Don't do it to them. Those poor animals don't deserve it.
I know. We have a family of foxes, so I don't want to hurt them.
Yeah.
Oh, I love a fox. All right, so we are going to get started. Number 25 on the clock. I'm hoping. I don't know. Hopefully, when I come back, it won't be like, "Here's how I'm a dum dum" part 4. That's my biggest.
Charlie, start writing by hand. I'm telling you.
You're gonna make it. You're gonna do great. We're all gonna do great. We're all gonna get further in our scenes. I'm gonna get through this damn party one way or another. Roy Orbison is going to start singing. They're about to lock eyes. It's going to happen this time.
My Grim Reaper is going to be able to get away from her client, even though she's in the backseat of her car, trying to hide the fact that she stole herself into her house.
You know, like you do. Yeah.
Let us begin.
Hot mess. Hot mess express.
3,
Yes.
2, 1.
Getting off. Charlie, Nikki had said that you didn't put the ticker timer, so she wanted to know when it ended. That's the only reason why I took myself off mic.
So I actually typed it. I just didn't push it in. Yeah, if we got 5 minutes left.
It's okay. I figured I'd be able to get to you faster than anyone else could.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm just cooking, so.
Beep, beep, beep. Sorry, I accidentally told it to repeat instead of to stop. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Okay. It's done.
Hi, Megan.
It's dead.
Kill, kill, kill.
Oh, hello, Megan. Okay. So, I am very happy to
I'm
report,
still muted. Hello.
I'm very happy to report that other than spinning up the ticker for the bottom and not turning it on, I didn't completely fail as a human being during this sprint. So, yay. I'm 1 for 4. 1 for 4. I actually got some writing done. I started work on a pretty picture because this is the workflow that I'm doing now. Is when I have a picture idea, I'm doing the picture. When I have a story idea, I'm doing the story. And to hell with word count goals. I'm letting my creativity flow,
Nice.
which feels so strange because I restricted myself to word count for so many months straight. It feels weird, but I'm
Right.
very, very happy. And I figured out a way to cheat and make a drop shadow in Canva when there's not a drop shadow option. And I'm very proud of myself. I figured out a workaround to make the drop shadow for a thing that I wanted to have a drop
Very
shadow.
nice.
So, yay.
Woo.
Congratulations on your Canva food.
See, I debated whether or not I was going to make this picture in Canva because most of the picture was already made in my other drawing program. And it was like, I need to turn it into a banner for the page. So why not? Because I've already got the template set up in Canva for what a page banner for this site should look like. Just do it over there. And I was like, but I can't do drop shadows over there. Or can I? Huzzah. I can. Kind of ish. It's not really a drop shadow, but it looks like a drop shadow, and that's all that matters.
That's
So-
all that matters.
I figured out how to do a drop shadow in Canva.
Woo.
Yay! Good
So what the rest of y'all
stuff.
do.
I ate dinner and then I got 87 words. So I got in quite a bit while I was waiting.
I'm
Yeah, very nice.
finishing up cooking dinner, and I got 240 words.
Nice.
Excellent. I got 402 words. I've met. The flirting has
Oh, you got it
started.
already?
Finally!
Okay.
No, we're in the party, but the flirting has started. We're they can't talk for long because the
Alright,
ancient is going to
alright,
take the beautiful
yay.
woman away. Yes, we're like
I know
more
your
than
goal
halfway
was to
out of the
get
party for sure. I gotta get out of this party tonight.
Don't people,
It's
most
happening.
people want to stay in parties, not leave them?
Depends on the party.
I hate
I
parties.
understand that.
Yeah.
Hollywood parties.
I'm an
Bleh.
extrovert that actually does not party. That's just not my thing.
The hubby
Sorry,
and I,
I'm sorry you can't really see
Yeah.
my face at this
I
moment.
mean,
But you're getting a nice shot of other things.
yeah, there we go. Yeah,
I'm
it's not a nice spice rack you got going there, Catherine.
You're seeing all the weight I've lost through this entire pandemic. 40 pounds. Look at this.
no,
Very
Wow.
nice, very nice.
I still have to lose more, but I'm getting there.
I will say, and I'm not telling this whole story on open stream while I'm being recorded, but the hubby and I had our first time alone with each other because we were at a party and decided this was not the scene we needed to be at, and we left and went to a graveyard because that's where we needed to be. Because I like graveyards.
Yeah, like you do.
He loves graveyards. So we went and hung out at a mausoleum for the rest of the night. That was the first time we actually
I mean,
discovered something.
that does sound more fun.
I love graveyards. I mean,
So
it's a great place to write. In fact, I was trying to find a house that would have been near a graveyard because, well, for several reasons. My husband and I play what's called Ingress or Pokemon Go as well. So there are portals in graveyards you can play with. And then,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, and then, I mean, it's a great place to write, especially when you write horror and stuff like I do. So, I mean, it's a win-win thing.
I think people misunderestimate the amount of gothiness that there is between me and the hubby. Like
Mm.
our origin story is a messed up, bloody tale of gothery and doom.
Not in
Literally, we are still together because a DJ could not bear the fact that we broke up and started playing reconciliation songs on repeat until we made up with each other. Like we were not allowed to. He just like shut the club down and played nothing but reconciliation songs until we got back together. And we did it in like the most 90s goth way you could ever do it. Enigma's Why was playing. And if you don't know the song, definitely check it out. It will add to the mood of the story. Enigma's Why started playing. I went out on the dance floor because I love that song. The hubby could not resist the song. The song is about giving up to the loss. We ended up dancing to each other and got back together.
Aw.
We have the goth story of the millennial.
I told you how one little old lady said I can't be a horror writer because I was wearing pink and red.
I'm like,
Because
baby,
you don't look like one. You look too sweet to be a horror writer. And I'm going,
I'm like,
you
those are the
don't
ones
look
you should be
funny.
scared of.
We're surrounded by
Yeah.
by
Hey,
skulls
blood is
and
red.
bones, so. I'm my Cthulhu. All
Yeah,
right.
blood is red, dang it.
It's
Unless, of course, you're writing aliens, and then it can be other colors.
Thank you, Nikki, for pointing out. I thought I set it up. I literally typed in the number, and then I thought I hit it to go up, and then went off about my way. And yeah, I just forgot to click it. So thank you for saying something I thought I had. It's very helpful.
Yeah, I just write until I hear the mic turn on, and then I'm like, oh, it's like, oh wait, let me get out of this.
The one thing that I really like about doing it this way instead of the other timer is it mutes the timer for me when I have it on the stream. Using the timer on my phone, which meant I got to the point where I was pretty much running timers on my phone anyway, so I didn't miss the timer. But I can't miss it because I actually set up the battle victory sound from Final Fantasy VII as the alarm sound. So yep. So when the sprint is over, it's na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, and I'm just like, oh yeah, sprint's over. Like,
Yeah,
gets
for
me
me, I just realized yesterday that when you actually use StreamYard on your computer, you can do so much more, including
What an
editing.
amazing concept!
The problem is that my computer doesn't like to use StreamYard.
Mm.
So I'm like, oh boy.
You can do so many things.
You do so much. You're so much fun.
I'm
So
going
many
to turn
things.
the
It's
camera off
wonderful.
because I don't like people watching me eat.
I try so hard not to just play around with moving people around. Like, that's all I want to do.
I'm going to start doing, here's the story of it. Because they move around too.
Hello, Casey. How are you doing? We are doing a lot of sprints tonight. I can't believe that we're 3 hours in and have already done 4. Like, that's like a record for us. And I'm already like, are we ready for the next one? Because I'm having a good time with this.
Me too.
Sprints are going to definitely be a thing tonight. And then who knows what will happen once the talking begins. CB putting us all to shame with 608 words.
Doing amazing.
Wow.
Go for you.
Well, I know that either 11 or 12, depending on how I feel, I'll have to leave because I've got 1 a.m. sprint that I have on my channel.
Yep.
Ooh. If
So-
I was up that late.
Casey,
Well, that's what I write. I'm normally a late writer. I like to write. I write at 11.
I go to bed at 9 o'clock, so that's a little late for me.
If I do give in and give in to my old writing schedule, which I'm really wanting to do, I will start having probably a 6 a.m. stream, on a 6 or 7 a.m. stream on my channel where I'm getting my early words in. Because I love writing in the morning. My brain actually is much more creative in the morning. And so I used to get up early to get all my words in so I had the rest of the day to do whatever the hell I wanted. And I'm getting to the point where I kind of miss that. So
My brain literally doesn't even really kick in till 2 p.m. It doesn't matter what time I wake up. It's like, is it 2 p.m.? We're not writing. We're done.
Yeah, I used to back before, this year, and I can't go to my job anymore because I'm high risk. I would start at like 7 or 8 in the morning, and I'd write 8 to 12 hours during the day, depending on if I had to go to a different state to audit people and all that fun jazz. But now that I don't have it, I've switched back to the natural nocturnal schedule that I was before all this.
but see, this is the weird thing. I am a night owl. Like, I do not like getting up early. Like, I am a hateful person. Like, it'll be a very different stream because you'll see, like, despising the worldwide is the time even existing, Charlie, on the stream if I do it, which is why I might not even stream if I do it. But it might be entertaining for some people to see, like, evil, scowly, pure blood god. Charlie, like, why are there mornings? I don't understand this. Let's get words so this will end. I think is how it worked. I think that's why it worked for me, because I hate mornings so much that I just wanted to run away, and since I couldn't sleep, I might as well write a story. I think that's why it worked. I don't know. But there's part of me that really wanted to go back to that, but given the hubby schedule, I don't know when we would ever see each other. That's why I stopped doing it.
Fair.
So I don't know. I might try to find some kind of a middle ground, because I miss having 3,000 words done before lunch. I miss that. Like, that's a good feeling. Like, I just had lunch. I'm already 3K ahead. Anything I do is gravy. Life's good. I miss it. I want to get back to that.
I've also been told by people, though, that they wake up in Scotland or Japan, they're like, oh, look, somebody's sprinting. They like that, apparently.
Casey just got here, so 63 words for you.
Very nice. Very nice.
That's awesome. That's been like my word count for the entire stream for a couple days running, because my brain was on revolt. Tamama got 286 words. Slow going.
Excellent.
With chunks, piecing these chunks together. I have to say, a lot of what I'm doing right now, I'm focusing more on backstory and other things because, well, I have a plan, y'all. I'm making a thing. If you're not following my Baron's End world over on World Anvil, link is down below. New articles have already I don't think I've hit publish on any of them yet. New articles will start appearing over there at a very regular clip with a lot of new story stuff in them. I'm really excited about this thing that I'm doing. So many people.
So many people.
And I hope that you're having a good trip. Or what? Let's see. Tony, let me shower first. I'm sorry. I'm doing this like it's like weird dialogue. Like William Shatner all over this. I'm sorry, CB. Let me shower first.
William Shatner in the house.
What you wanted. Tony, let me shower first. I washed and braided my hair so that it would be curly the next day. Tony had his shower while I lay awake trying not to picture that pleasant image in my head. Robert Downey Jr. in a shower. Okay, I'm pleasant. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. Heather figured out how to get an ebook ordered. That's awesome. That can be overly tricky sometimes.
Yes, agreed.
And I was trying to issue. I was having an issue with the site, and that you were trying to do it from. See, this is why I'm probably going to have to turn on my BookFunnel account. Some of the things that I'm looking at doing, I'm probably going to be opening a store soon on Ko-fi. And that will be a pay what you want store, because they let you actually run a pay what you want store over there, which is really cool. I'm just not sure how it's going to do delivery of the files. So I'm looking into that now, but I'm really excited about that just because, the place that I'm at, especially with everything going on in the world right now, I don't like there being a too much of a barrier between people and the stories that I write. If they can give some relief from all of the tomfoolery in the world, I want people to have it. But at the same time, the business person in me can't just like set them at free. But if their model works the way I think it does, you could actually put in no money and still get it. Because what's really cool is you can not only set a price, but I can put in like, oh, and if you give it if you buy it at these levels, you get extra things.
Oh, cool.
So I'm really curious. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this works and to start playing around with it, because I'm hoping that it works well. But like the worst thing it would be like to do it and have it be like a nightmare for the readers. Like that's what I don't want, but only time will tell. Hello, Lizzie. Hey.
Hey.
Hey,
Hello.
Mindy. How are you
Mindy.
doing? We're doing a lot of sprints this evening. CB said, oh, great. We have a Brady Bunch thing stuck in my head now. I love the Brady Bunch. Except for, if I'm honest, like everybody wants to say that they were Marsha. We were all secretly fear that we were Jan. I was Cindy.
I was
I
a
know
snarky little thing. Yeah.
I know this about myself. I was Cindy. I
Up
was
to no
traveling
good.
on my older siblings. I was a snarky little so-and-so. I was Cindy. I was definitely Cindy, which was really upsetting because my family would have been happier if I was Bobby. You know, but
Bobby had so many issues that they never addressed.
some issues. Like we could do an entire like podcast. I've actually thought about doing a whole podcast on the Brady Bunch, just like breaking it down and getting friends of mine on there. And,
There's so much to unpack about this family and their
You have to make
dysfunctionality.
what happened to Tiger? What happened to Tiger?
You
Why
need to
aren't we
make sure,
talking
Nobody mentioned
about
what happened to Tiger.
Charlie, you have to make sure that if you do this, that you get enough of your friends so that it's a Brady Bunch on here
Yes.
too.
I'm just saying, what happened to this dog that was so bad
But they
that
could
we
never
never talk
speak
about it again?
I can only presume that a lot of people were involved, and that's why everybody was complicit in this
Yeah,
cabal.
because everybody was complicit in not talking about what happened to Tiger. Because what happened? Like that was my favorite moment in the Brady Bunch movie, where she's sending him off to school. And she's like, "Go get him, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger." What happened to that dog? Yes, that's the question we've been asking ever since the show first aired. What happened? You had a dog. Dogs don't just evaporate.
Well, they do run away, but yeah.
Yes, but you'd think that would be an episode that they would have done, because that would actually, because that show like to do a lot of like moral lessons, and you could just see the dad sitting with the kids all around him in that glorious living room of theirs, explaining, you know, sometimes we lose things. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a perfect life lesson episode.
And instead, they're just like, dog? I've never heard of such a thing. What are you talking about?
What is a dog? Like something happened. Like something really shady happened with poor Tiger, and I need to know what it was.
Drug dealers.
Ooh.
Oh,
Hey.
Can I just say I'm loving the headband? Like I want one now.
Oh, this is actually a hat.
I want it more.
Here, let me take it.
I want it even. Oh, it's a knitted
gotta
hat.
stay warm.
Yeah,
Crocheted.
very floppy, but here's a little bit tighter, so it can actually fit on my head.
That's awesome.
Nice.
That is awesome. Did you have a good drive?
Yes.
That's
Awesome.
seems to be. Yeah, I did a thing. Let's see. Dudley Writer says, y'all, I felt guilty about leaving my YA fantasy alone for so long. I've been trying to get more words in there, but they're difficult. My brain doesn't want to switch. Look, I get it. I feel really bad because I was working hot and heavy on Trampire. And then Spence was like, hey, we can buddy up and do our vampire stuff together. I was like, that's awesome. And like, no sooner had I agreed to this than my brain went, what's a vampire?
How does that work? I mean,
Why would I
How
want
to
to do
vampire?
vampire fiction? And I'm just like, brain. You're not just betraying me, you're betraying Spence, and Spence is the guy maker of brioche.
yep.
Bread.
It happens.
Mm.
It happens. I'm not entirely sure. Oh no. Hopefully you get it figured out, Heather.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you, Charlie. I'm thinking of when I get to 200 subscribers, although one day, I was thinking it'd be fun to do like a publisher, traditional publishing type Q&A. And I was wondering if maybe you'd want to co-host, or because then we could both tackle it.
That would be interesting. My experiences with publishing are very weird and different from most people, and that's one of the reasons I like sharing them, because I had both of my experiences with being anywhere near the traditional market were in a weird gray area where I had a large
That's all I wanted, sir.
company and I was under contract to a large company. But they,
Right.
Hey, pause down.
Yeah, and I think it'd be interesting because I have a certain, like, I've experienced traditional publishing one way, and you've experienced it another. I mean, believe me, I'm only at 138 subscribers, so this is going to take a bit. But I was like, the only other person I could think of that's really good at this that I could talk to, so Alexa Dunn doesn't talk to me like that, would be you. I mean, she talks to me, but, you know, not that close.
You know, I have a that's awesome. Okay, so all right, so I have good question. Will this work? Sometimes this works. That's not bad. Everybody looks so tiny. Like, we're gonna be here. I want to face.
I could bring my face forward.
Everybody, I don't know. I think it's because Kat and like there's this weird separation between Kat and Lori. But the gap, and it's just like why can't they be like? It's not pyramiding. Like I think that's what it is. The stacking is wrong.
It should be closer together.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
I
that's
agree.
what it is. It's a geometric
Accurate.
problem that I'm having.
But instead they're doing an inverse stacking, you know, like a pyramid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. At least I know what's bothering me now. Alrighty. So I'm thinking that I have a problem. I have already finished that entire pot of tea with like 2 swigs left in here. So I don't know if I'm going to do another tea. I'm going to make it. Okay, if I can get this article, the picture that I'm working on done, I'm going to make myself a cocoa.
Ooh.
I'm heating
I
up
might
the
have to
water
go
already
make
for that.
myself hot cocoa too. Puppy!
Hello, baby.
Very excited to see you.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've met this dog, by the way.
Very friendly dog.
And it sounds
just
like
got
I've known
him.
you my whole life. You're amazing, Kat.
He's only
That's kinda
5
how
months
they do
old.
that.
Aww.
So apparently how they got him was my sister hit him with her car
Oh,
because
no.
somebody just released a bunch of dogs. Just into,
Oh.
yeah. So she took him to the vet because she hit him with a car and he was only like about 3 months old, I guess. So my sister had him for a couple weeks and then my parents got him. So, but he possibly was poisoned before he was released. So they have to build up his immunity again because he was puking everything he consumed. So they've just gotten him to the point where he's not really puking, but he can't have like dog food. So they have to actually make him like food. So, so they also have to give him really small portions.
Oh, poor
Otherwise,
baby.
but he's doing apparently really well. So he's about 5
Yeah, he's
months
got a lot
now.
of energy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so then he had a lucky accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
He got hit by the right kind of person.
he did. My sister will take in any pet.
Yeah.
I have to say, I
Careful,
agree
there
with
might
Heather.
be some
Yeah,
parents
it's gorgeous
that want to
headphones.
unload
That's it.
some children.
Thank you.
You really look like a Twitch superstar with those on. Like I really feel like completely outmatched because like
I
Yeah, and your top is sort of like has a like I am 80s fabulous and I am here to like stream some gaming and maybe DJ.
I
and
didn't
if
even
nothing-
recognize
if
it was
anything goes
cat at
wrong, I will
first.
be living in Tron.
Yeah.
this is the headset I wear when I do the streams on my Sims because the cord is forever.
Nice.
I bought the headset because of this. And then
Nice.
yeah. And the USB part of it literally just makes it light up. That's all it does.
Sweet.
I can't believe I already get to hit this. I might have to actually make more tonight, depending on what we do.
Yay!
I'm
You
so
realize
proud.
we're already at 5, and
We're
I'm
trucking.
I'm so
I
proud.
feel like raring to go. Like
Yeah.
this is crazy. Let's see if I can get myself a cocoa because I
I'm
want,
gonna make myself one too.
I want one, I want one really bad. So
That's what's going in this mug.
Nice.
be better than me, y'all. Save your words. Save your words.
The
Don't lose.
gremlins.
Don't lose.
Charlie's already visited them.
Mm.
I've fed them, so you don't have to. So please, don't feed them anymore. They get surly if they get too much food, and it's probably midnight somewhere, and we don't need them to get all like
Hey, don't go
up in
to
our
my stream.
face and
Don't
chatty.
send them to my stream. I know it's after midnight. I know it's an after midnight stream. Don't send them there.
Oh, what the heck! Brooke just started streaming. She can handle it. All gremlins.
Right.
Shoot. There's more people to feed on over there. Go.
Yeah.
Heather, are you asking where I got
Right.
my headset?
I'm sorry. Well, just say an apology to the muse real quick. I'm sorry.
I got my Heather. If you're asking where I got my headset, I got it off Amazon. It's currently 50% off, so it's only $22 right now, which is about what I got mine for, I think.
Nice.
So it's like $21.99 with Prime right now.
So we're gonna go to the fabulous dark side because
Ooh, very nice.
Ooh.
because everybody should have a chrome plated helmet that they can drink
That's
out
nice.
of. I'm just saying, we went dark. I went dark side, so I thought I just had to represent.
We should put the chrome helmet on this so it could resemble Vader after he. No. Oh.
And is it a surprise to anybody that even my Vader is queer?
Not really, no.
But I also have like a bunch of Death Trooper helmets everywhere because
Like, decorations.
like you
I
do.
might as well if Charlie wants to see some theme. Let me see if I can get that
Alrighty, while Catherine is making her theme, let's get started on this sprint. Hopefully, I will remember to put the time in the ticker. Well, actually, I
Yay!
did remember to put the time in the ticker, but remember to turn the ticker on.
There's that.
We are going to do another 25. Started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Started. Let's go. Let's get some words. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, first of all, because I just got a notification on my Moonphase app, the new moon on Sunday will be a super moon. So it will be a super new moon, which means the moon will be very close to us. It will hit its peak at, let's see, that's 11:08 Central Time. So adjust for your own time zone. I'm very excited about this weekend because I have things to do on Sunday. But, well, I don't technically require the moon. Will be benefited by it. So, I may have gotten my picture done and may have gotten myself my overly decadent. It's cocoa with malted chocolate in it, whipped to perfection. Because I have to say, if you are a cocoa fan, ours is called Mr. Cocoa. I don't know if that's the brand on all of them. It's a hot drink maker. It's got a little whipping paddle in the bottom. It heats up the liquid as it whips it. All in one little thing. You just rinse it out and it's good to go. Get yourself one if you don't have one. It makes for joy. But I got my picture done and I am moving forward, pushing forward.
Nice.
And I think it looks pretty. I may or may not be staring at it right now instead of y'all's face. So what did y'all do?
I got tea and I wrote 210 words.
Are we out of the party?
We're dancing. We're about to dance.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to rush you. I just know that we're very.
We don't be at this party
I feel
forever.
like I probably should.
Like, that's how I feel about parties, Kat. They go on.
I know. I hate them.
I feel like I don't need to keep asking because I have a feeling that, like, in the middle of the sprint that you finish the party scene, you're just going to unmute your mic and start screaming, "The party is over! The party is over!" Thank you. Like, go back to being muted because this has been a long slog through this party.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, this is my interpretation of a lot of parties where I don't know anybody. Yeah.
They're coming for you, Pat.
Somebody.
Well, the ambulance, the police, and the fire department, I think, are that way. So most of the time, they just pass my mom's house whenever they go anywhere in this direction.
Yeah, the local fire department is like kitty corner of the house, so every now and then I can hear the first. It's got a much more quiet when it first starts. I can hit my mute and wait for them to go by. It's
what?
Oh,
I'm talking, so now you're gonna join me. Okay, sorry.
I actually live right next to Sinai. I live right next to Sinai Hospital, which Charlie might know where that's at.
Yeah.
But it's I think the second largest hospital in Baltimore. My husband and I picked it because, well, it saved my life 3 times, almost dying. So that's why we did it, because we knew that if any of my autoimmune diseases acted up, because I've got 2 of them, I would need the hospital.
Yeah. Oh,
but we get helicopters.
Yeah, I put that in there.
I'm very excited that you did that.
Very nice.
And I'm also very excited to see that it's a smile.amazon.com because when you use the Smile service, that they have a portion of what you purchase is donated to charity because they have enough money.
And you pick the charity. I actually managed to find, I grew up in Mazaki County, and I managed to find their Humane Society on there.
Nice.
I hunted. Took me a while, but I found it.
Yeah, my niece benefited so much from the Special Olympics, and she still gets to participate in the Special Olympics, and I was able to find her county's Special Olympics in there. So
Nice.
And
Nice.
because it's the same account we buy stuff for the business, like the money that we spend from the business and everything goes to help with the Special Olympics out there, because that is a cause near and dear to my heart.
I know that
Nice.
whenever I actually traditionally publish a book, I'm going to ask either try to negotiate it in my contract somehow, but I'm going to try to get them to give some proceeds to the books that people buy from me to the American Diabetes Association, since I'm a type 1. I've got lots of, I've got my mother-in-law's a type 1, my mother's a type 2, and I'm going, we need more money there. So
I have been thinking for the author collective thingy that I'm working on to start getting people involved and starting to figure out what we're going to do, actually publishing anthologies that we give a portion of the money to various charities.
Oh, that'd be
That's always
fantastic.
To try to get together, and so we'd pick a topic that would be at least tangentially related. Like one of the ones that I thought about a little too late because it was in October, but like one that would be really fun would be to do a queer one for either Trans Day of Visibility and have it actually come out for that day, and then donate the money to one of the charities that's helping people with that. I think there are a lot of different causes that we could do. That was just one that I thought about, and I was like, oh, there's not enough time to put that together. But I think that could be an interesting thing for us to do, to try to both get our names out there and do a little bit of good. And it would also be a good way for me to start figuring out how to do a lot of the bookkeeping stuff.
Yeah.
Without as much without as much on top. But that's one of the things that I was thinking about doing for that. So I need to start a group so we can.
That's a beautiful idea.
Yeah, because a lot of it's one of those things where, and I hate to say this, but y'all need to start thinking like businesses sometimes. And it's hard and it's horrible and it's evil, but it will help all of us as well as the charity, because by attaching the charity to it and showing receipts that we're actually giving the money, more people who find out about it will be willing to share it and help promote it. So it's a mutual win-win for everyone.
it's also mutual because you get to write it off in taxes.
Yes. Yeah.
And when you're a business, you get taxed about 36%. Most people don't know that. And as an author, you would be a business.
Yeah.
What we're looking at doing is actually starting a full-on collective, so that we would be promoting each other's work. We would be basically creating an imprint together. And I thought that would be a really interesting way to try to launch it, would be just something like that, where we could feature all of our work. We could start figuring out how to work together on something that's smaller before we're working on our books together and stuff. I just think that it would be an easier project to get started on. So and there are a couple of different charities that have come to mind, but that's for a future date. It's just something that I got excited when I saw the smile, because
I think my phone app let me do the trial for the Smile app part, because not everybody got that. My stepmom didn't know you could get that, because they gave me the option to do it, and she hadn't gotten it. And I was like, yeah, they're trying to implement Smile into the Amazon Prime app on your phone. So I guess I was one of the earlier people that got to do it, because she could not find anywhere how to do it.
Huh.
And I think now it's more people can do it.
Right.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's a great thing. It's a wonder. Like, there are a lot of things to be mad at Amazon for, and not make up for them, but it is a nice thing to know that with the ubiquity of Amazon and how much, like, I just got a big box of potatoes today. Like, it's nice to know that a little bit of that went to something good. Because hello, Tessa. You will be live streaming on the new computer tonight. That is awesome. That is really exciting. I hope your new computer is doing well for you because you were having some issues getting everything set up on there the other day. I hope that you've got it working and figured out now, because that would be awesome.
I can't spell.
It's just dumb.
It's okay. It's not a quiz.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even get me
You're not
started.
proving that you know how to spell it. Don't worry.
If you
That's
ever,
what editors are for.
Mhm.
I get so embarrassed sometimes because I will try to correct them when I see them in chats. And then because StreamYard just grabs all of them, half the time the uncorrected one's the one that ends up on screen if somebody actually puts it on screen anyway. So it's like, I don't know what the point is. Just, yeah, I'm a bad speller. I'm bad at it. Everybody knows. Huh. That's weird, Heather.
Not a good sign.
Can you check the card or account and see if you got charged?
That's a good point.
Because if
Let me
you,
tell you, I have like a whole rant about Subway, but anyway, yeah.
because if you didn't get charged or you didn't, or there should at least be a hold for the amount at the very least on your card by now. So if you don't see that, I don't know, contact them. There may be something
Mm-hmm.
not good.
You'll
going
get 2 sets, Heather.
You can. There's no
They're on
login.
sale.
Hello,
They're
kitty
50
baby.
Actually, they're 59% off
Ooh,
Yeah.
if you're a Prime
better.
member.
Hello, furry
I
baby.
said it for baby, and I was like, I know what people want.
Cat butt.
Giant kitty.
Yeah, see, he's a Maine Coon, so he's pretty big.
Yeah.
I know that's what all cats want. I think that you want. Like,
I
look at my
want a
Starfish.
cat that big.
Look at my Starfish. Look at my Starfish. Sweetie, that- You're siloning, sweetie. I'm gonna try doing that mute and unmute thing again. Hopefully it'll work again. Catherine, say something.
Something.
It's a little
Siloning.
Oh,
long.
man.
This is futile.
Mm.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sure is, baby.
Well, that worked last time when I muted. And
I
unmuted.
know.
I was hoping it would work again. That was happening with Heather the other day, but it got better. Like it would, because it happened to me too.
Yeah, sometimes if you just leave it, the siloning will actually correct itself
Yeah. So
without
So
you
do you
leaving.
want me to stay here and just be quiet, or do you want me to hop back on?
that's up to you. You can talk as much as you want because I have stuff to. I'm going to go through the chat. So.
Cylon. It's other people that have problems with it.
I kind of enjoy it.
I kind of
I
like it. I mean, like, yeah, I like it.
I just feel that you should know that it's going on.
Yeah, we just want you to know what's happening.
Yeah,
So
that's
if
all.
we ask you to repeat something, you know
Also,
why.
so that you know, like, to just start saying some catchphrases for it. Yes, yes, baby. You
That
will
counts
be
for all the
uprooted.
words.
You will be deleted. Yes. I'm in
what
heaven.
happened to all the work I did this morning. Anyway,
Ah,
I'm getting
Gremlin.
called out by this.
I found words.
Oh, Nikki, that's worth a lot of words in my book.
Yeah, I think so. Minimum a couple thousand words, in my opinion.
Because with my bad back and my bad knee, like showering is
yeah.
like the scariest thing on earth.
Yeah.
So I will not do it in the house alone. And it's like, please listen carefully. And then, of course, you always drop the shampoo bottle.
Right?
And it makes like the biggest loud noise.
Thump-a-thump.
And
Yeah.
then all of a sudden, the bathroom door swings open, so all the cold air rushes in on you. Are you okay? It was the shampoo bottle, but thank you for your diligence. And
Yeah,
now
there's-
I have ice hanging off of all of it.
That's why I've got the pump.
There's no tub I've met yet that I haven't fallen in, for sure.
I just wish our tub was big enough to actually sit in it. But I'm 6'1", and this is a bathtub that you'd have a hard time like bathing a toddler in.
Oh,
Like, and I know
God.
this because like our dog is. You've seen our dog. Like you've seen.
Yeah,
Sasha.
she's not that big.
Not very big. We basically have one of those, movable shower heads, and we have to use that because we can't get water. Like the water comes up like to her belly.
That sounds like a child's tub.
Yeah, it's the tiniest little.
My niece would be
fake tub.
disappointed in your tub.
I
I'm
told my
disappointed in it.
I told my husband that when we finally get a house, we have to get at least a jacuzzi type tub, or we need to get room enough so that we can make one. Because he's 6'1" and he likes taking 2 to 3 hour long baths with
Same.
salts and bubbles, and he's either 6'1" or 6'3". The military says one thing. His 6'5" tall cousin and I say other things.
See, that's the one thing that I missed this year is I didn't get my annual bath because my mother-in-law that we stay at her house, she has one of those big jacuzzi tubs.
Love those.
And I'm just like, hi, love you. I'm going to be taking a bath for a while. Bye. Like, it's the only place that I can just sit in it.
Yeah, I have a fantasy about one day being able to afford one of those beautiful teak Japanese tubs.
Mhm.
You know, the kind that you can actually fill all the way up and like you're like this deep into water. Like, oh yes, one day.
My grandfather had one of those giant cast iron tubs, that was like up on feet.
Yeah.
That, oh my God, I love that thing. When I was a kid, that was like going to the pool.
Yeah.
For me, it's so sad to see my husband, very tall as he is, squishing into the type of ceramic tubs you see apartments like to use, the really cheap ones.
Yeah.
I just look at him and I'm like, you look like a sardine, so uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Our bathroom appears to be an afterthought. Like when they designed this house, they were like,
Yeah.
bedroom, kitchen, living room. Oh shit. Bathroom. Like
Maybe they wanted a shower.
Out and turn it into a bathroom. It's not like you no longer have a walk-in closet. You just have a bathroom.
Yeah, I've been rather disappointed to see some of the houses we've looked at have just 2 showers, and it's like, what if we had a baby, which we don't, but what if we had a baby and we needed a tub, because we're not going to, wash them in the sink, are we? Although some people wash babies in sinks, but
yeah,
And they
I
have
watched
those
a lot of
baby
babies in
tubs now.
sinks.
Yeah.
but when they get bigger, too big for the sink, then where you would put them?
I'm just saying, when we
Oh, you put them in a hamper in the bathtub.
But if there's not a bathtub,
Oh,
In the shower.
my sister once put a bouncer in the shower because she didn't have a bathtub.
okay.
And she
Yeah, you
specifically
can-
had to get like the hand one
Yeah.
so that she could bathe her
Yeah.
baby because
Yeah, like I bathed
now we're-
babies in laundry hampers, like the big kind that don't have holes in them. You know, the kind with rope handles.
yeah.
Oh, babies love that, and then you just tip it over.
Well, right now we're not medically cleared to have babies. I'm not medically cleared to have babies.
when the
But-
hubby and his
Something to think about.
father built the deck off the side of our house, he built it with the intention of just getting one of those small kiddie pools that like
Nice.
having enough support on it, like that it would hold up the weight.
Yeah.
Like it's engineered to hold up the weight, so we could put one of those small kiddie pools up there, and like, just like have like a fake hot tub. Like we just go out there and soak in the summer. We have not been bold enough to try this yet.
Yes, I will let you.
Oh.
Sweet
So I
baby
have
needs
something a little off topic. So I'm trying to schedule for tomorrow a pop-up live stream.
Okay.
Should I do it at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock Mountain Standard Time or Mountain Time?
Okay, so
I have no idea what time that is.
I don't know what time it is. I think that's like 2 hours. from
yeah, 2 hours from
time.
Eastern.
Yeah.
So it's 1 hour ahead of Pacific, 2 hours behind Eastern.
Tomorrow's going to be weird because, as I understand, I don't know who's doing it because I was not invited. And I've only heard like 2 people talk about it, and only they're taking a part in it. There's going to be a 24-hour thing tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, Devin talked
one of
about
the
a
regular-
24-hour thing.
But
I think
also
it was-
remember that some people don't like the big
Oh no!
non-stop streams
I'm saying,
just
so
because of
I
there's so
don't
many
know what-
people.
what I was trying to get at is if anybody knows what the playlist is for that, there may be a gap.
I've literally
yeah.
only heard about From
I haven't
Jace.
heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard about it from like two people, but like not who's doing it or anything. So Devin,
I have no idea. My Saturdays are 12 hours of D&D games back to back. So
that's awesome.
that's why
Sounds like you're having
I'm
fun.
having a live stream at 1 this morning.
Mhm.
You know, like probably right after this stream or whenever I, get off. But I'm not going to have it on Sunday morning at 1 because I'm like, I'm going to be asleep because a lot of times we start at 10 a.m. and we don't end until like midnight to 1 the next day. So I'm like, I don't want to try to get on a stream after that too.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
The only reason I was bringing that up was if they had a natural gap in there, that would be a great way to start it. Because then it would stand out more.
When I saw the schedule, the spreadsheet schedule, for people to sign up, it looked like it was every 2 hours, and I did not see a break in the times.
Okay.
Was that for this weekend?
Yeah, for the Saturday.
All I know is I joined Meadows last day of NaNoWriMo because she needed somebody for the 1 a.m. slot, and I'm like, well, I'm already doing those.
I thought about it, and if she needs people, I still might do it. It's just
She didn't have
the only times I saw available were in the middle of the night, and I was like, well, no.
Yeah, she didn't have anyone for the 1 to 3 or the 3 to 5 in the morning, and I was like, well, I already do a 1 to 3 stream in the morning, so I'll just pop on her.
Mama got 4.
Very nice.
I love symmetrical numbers. I love symmetrical numbers. They make me happy.
Palindromes.
That's a clue.
I got 571.
Awesome.
I just want to say, one of these days, I want to see CB get 394 words.
That's right.
That's what I want. One day I want to see that.
Get to 394. Stop writing.
Yeah,
Read a book.
Stop.
Read a book.
You have refreshed the email page a few times. Like I said, see if you've been charged, because I had that problem with Bandcamp a couple times because there are a couple bands that they put their album up there first, and I like to buy it from there because they get a bigger portion of it. And it said it. I bought it, and the email didn't show up for a while, and I think their system was overtaxed because it eventually showed up. But one time, they had a glitch in their system, and I didn't get charged, and that's why I never got the email on here's how to,
Oh yeah, Meadow starts at 10. My time.
Yep, Meadow starts at 10.
I just got the notification that she starts in half an hour.
9.
I'll be picking my mom up.
All right, CB. Well, it is very early in the morning for you, so I am
Yeah.
late at night, depending on your
Good night.
perspective. So, if you're calling it, good night. Have the fun. I can't believe that you're over 40K or 50K already.
Oh my goodness.
Almost at 51. Almost at 51. That is amazing.
Nice.
Give me some of those
Awesome.
words. I'm so far behind.
I know,
Like
me
4,000
too.
words behind.
Yeah, it's like saying, like, oh, now you'll finish in March of 2021. I'm like, thanks, you're doing great, Nana.
I was about 4 or 5 behind, and then I started my sprints, and now I'm ahead. There we go.
Nice.
I mean, I figure even if it's just me doing the sprints, which sometimes it is, and that's fine. I'm looking on my replay, and I'll get 20, 30, 40 people like rewatching it at least. So I'm like, well, somebody's watching it.
And one thing that I've noticed, which is why I'm thinking about moving my chatty streams over to Twitch, is they don't rewatches, which I feel is weird because you'd think the conversation, because we talk about like topics usually on a lot of those, and especially like the earlier ones, which were basically like seminars on like a topic, nobody rewatch them, and still don't rewatch them, even though they're one of the featured playlists on the channel. These streams people rewatch, so I'm wondering if the more chatty stuff might be better to do on Twitch and then putting the audio out as a podcast.
And then I get rewatches on my streams and stuff on Twitch as well. I've noticed.
Don't things on Twitch go away after a couple days?
Yes, so it's a couple weeks. It's a couple of weeks. I want to say I can actually check my numbers to see when my most recent one is gonna.
But see, that's why I
Reminder
said, you know,
away.
because then grab it and put the audio out, and then there's an archive of it for people who missed the stream and missed the replay.
That's why I'm considering downloading and uploading my streams to YouTube, but that'd be weird at the same time. Videos.
All I know
So-
is I looked at setting up an actual using the Twitch app when you were playing with it. I played with it a little bit after that. I don't know if I would like my stream looking like a Twitch stream. Like I watch a lot of streams that look like that, and a lot of people that use like OBS and stuff to do it.
Yeah.
And like Coffee just announced that they have a plugin for OBS. So if anybody donates to Coffee during the stream, it'll pop up. It'll do one of those pop-ups and like be like, "Hey, thank you," da, 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 you know. And like that's cool. Like I like that kind of stuff, but StreamYard.
So my stream from my pop-up stream from 9:15 has a day or two left on it before it disappears.
Hmm.
So it's been up there for 2 months.
So since I couldn't decide on between 1 and 2 o'clock, I've decided to do 1:30.
Okay.
There you go, right in the middle.
Then I don't have to decide.
Yeah. Because I don't know what the best time would be, because Saturdays I try to disappear from the internet. That's like
I'm
with
just
the
disappearing
exception of
tomorrow
like
in
when
general.
Jace is like, "Hey, would you like to be on my stream?" Because like I enjoy hanging out with him too much, because like we've realized that like we would have been friends in high school if we went to the same high school. Like we're like roughly the same age. Like we get each other, man. In like all the worst ways, because we get like all the bad humor that all the children are just like, "Why are you talking about this? Please stop." Please stop.
You literally sound like all the kids on Tumblr.
I have to say, I feel like it's a thing again. I never deleted it off my app, off my phone, and I keep getting notifications that people are coming back. Like I keep getting like, "So and so has started posting again for the first time in a long time." So it's like I feel like Tumblr is becoming a thing again. I just
I like
haven't-
Tumblr.
You should follow.
I started following
um,
you on Tumblr, Charlie. So you now have me as a follower.
Y'all should follow the biggest, gaudiest Patronus. You should, please. I
don't
actually
have- I
follow them on Tumblr.
I don't
follow
have
them.
Tumblr.
So I see everything and not just the random little screenshots people post. Like all of their stuff is a shit post.
I
And
don't
people
have
give them
Tumblr.
money to make the posts.
Wow.
Funny.
Like people send them money on coffee, and then like, I guess I'm gonna do this weird post now because y'all want it.
Catherine. If
Oh
there's-
yeah, bathing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
you know,
my
a
mom
lot of people
did.
don't- a lot of people don't
Yeah.
realize there's a baby sponge that you can put the baby on and they can be in the sink and they don't move. Because babies are
I was-
slippery.
I was thinking maybe my mom bathed me in a sink, but I don't know. I was born 9 pounds large.
I was a little.
You were a big one.
I was
I
7
have big
pounds,
tubby
7 ounces.
teeth. They're still here.
I wouldn't know what that's like.
Right?
So
That's
I'm
why
gonna
everyone thinks that I'm like
disappear.
10, 20 years younger than I am.
Done, Nikki. She's done.
Done.
I'm going to disappear. We
Okay.
need to leave soon to pick my. We're gonna
Be
pick me
careful
up
out
food
there.
and then go pick my mom up from work.
Yes.
So
Be careful, and I know that
Yes.
like this is not the situation to do that, but trust me, especially in these situations, try to have the fun. Like it's not just a catchphrase; it's a thing. It's a philosophy of life. Even
yeah.
especially in times like these, try to have.
I think after tonight. I think tonight after we get back from picking my mom up, I think I'm gonna do a Stardew Valley stream again.
Cool.
So if anybody
That'll be
wants to
fun.
join that, just let me know.
Just pop it if I'm still streaming when you do that. Because who knows? It's me. If I'm still streaming, pop in the chat and let people know.
Okay. All right. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Be safe.
Bye.
Waving my mug bye.
But yeah, I think people think I say that just to be cute, but it started as like that. That's a phrase that started because when I was going through my big depression, I used to tell people have the fun because I can't.
Mm.
Mm.
And it ended up getting shortened to just between me and my friends when we would separate at the end of the night, we would just say to each other, have the fun. And it's kind of just become like a mantra for me. Like that's the point of living. Like have the fun. Like find it, have it, do it.
I always tell my husband if he ever has to leave to go get something to stay safe and all that, because when I was in high school, Fruit Baskets came out, which is an anime that I really like, and she would always tell her mom, stay safe and all that. And then the one day she didn't, because she fell asleep during studies, her mom dies. And it's like, even though it was more of a coincidence than it was because you didn't wish her safe.
Right.
It's like I'm like, every time now I have to say, stay safe, drive safe. I have to. Hello.
Yeah, I feel that. I don't think I've ever explained why I say that on the channel before. And it's one of the things that I say that sounds goofy, because a lot of things that I say sound goofy because I'm kind of a goofy person. But I'm a goofy person because 5 years in a depressive hole. I don't want to go back. I don't like it. I didn't like it then. I don't like it now. I don't want to go back. And every now and then I can just feel it scratching in the back of my head. Hey.
Hello, everybody. It's the Killer Headphone.
Because I am not a fan of the Depression Kitty.
I keep thinking my head is sideways because of my fascinator.
Okay, so for anybody who keeps track of these things, the new moon cycle has begun. We are technically at the very beginning of the new moon, and it will be peaking on the 14th at 11:04 Central Time, when the moon will be fully obscured by the Earth.
Well, it's already dark on my end.
The new moon cycle is basically 3 days.
Yeah.
And it has just begun, and I'm very excited because I actually did. Where are you? I actually did my LSC homework, and I am ready for doing the initiations and taking vows this weekend. So,
I don't know if
let
me see.
So I am going to put this more to chat than to the people on screen, just because I know what y'all are going to say. I am still in the mood.
You what?
I am still in the mood to write.
Okay.
I am still in the mood to get stuff done. And I'm over in the YouTube chat, so I can actually see y'all without having to wait forever for StreamYard to come in. Would y'all like to do another sprint? Because
I would.
I'm more than
sure.
willing to do it. I really want to do it, but I also.
Oh yeah, by the way, Charlie, when I messaged in the chat, I was asking about my stream tomorrow.
Oh,
but thank you very much for inviting me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But no, it's cool. Thank you for inviting me. But I was also talking about tomorrow. My stream tomorrow, asking all of you on screen who wants to come.
Well, like I said, I've got a 12-hour D&D thing tomorrow, so I will have to respectfully decline.
That's okay.
And I have my stream tomorrow, so unfortunately, I don't think I want to double up.
I am
That's
hoping
okay.
to take tomorrow off. But here's what I will say. Send me a link, because I have been in a real writing mood, which is why I want to push on with another sprint. But if I'm working tomorrow, like if I am a bad person and do not actually give myself the day off because I have to take Sunday off because I got other stuff to do. So I cannot be working on Sunday because the schedule is full. So that's a thing. Well, that's not why. I'll probably be at Jules in the morning because the hubby's still up and everything. But After that, Sunday. I'm not
Oh, I
doing it.
forgot about Jewel stream in the morning. I gotta go to that too.
Because every Sunday morning,
I didn't realize Jules was doing a stream.
yeah, Jewel streams Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Mhm.
Charlie, I thought I would show you my little fun.
Ooh,
This is my Vampire Tarot deck.
Ah,
those are beautiful.
Yep, it's actually a kind of a vintage deck.
Very
And
nice.
do I have? It was printed in Belgium. I don't know who the designer is, but I think you could look him up. There's not too many vampire decks out there.
Those look a lot.
Oh, those are cool.
Those look almost inspired by Amano's artwork for
I know, right? With
Vampire Hunter D, the stuff that he did for the Vampire Hunter D novels.
I cannot remember who designed these, but I'm sure you can Google them. So I have a friend who does tarot, and I do tarot.
You're
but
doing the robot thing again.
I'm always robot honey. That's how it goes.
Sorry.
She had this thing where she would collect decks, and then she would give them to people when the decks called to them. Like she would wait till the deck said, "I belong to that person," and this deck is called, or this deck called her for me. So she gave
Nice.
That is a beautiful deck.
That's nice.
I wish I could find my main tarot deck that I've used all these years. I cannot find it anywhere, and I don't know where it ran off to.
I tend to use this for stories. You know, what's the fate of my character? Where should my story go? So like,
I've been using my angel deck more and more because I really like it. And of the ones that I still have, I like it the most because the other ones are more like reproductions of significant decks that have happened throughout time. And I actually mentioned it on Sako stream the other day. I still have the starter deck that I used to use to teach people how to do tarot that has all the meanings and all of the associations written on each card. Like they don't actually have pictures on them. They're just like, here's everything that this card means on them that I used to use when I teach tarot. But like my actual deck that I used to use for everything, I can't find it anywhere, and it's bothering me.
I
The
downloaded-
Gremlins will trade you for something else soon, I'm sure.
I actually have these two books that I bought. They're from the 1950s, I think, about the meaning of tarot cards, and they're actually part 1, part 2, really big, thick books. And I enjoyed it because it went into in-depth about them. And bye, Tessa. Tessa said she's leaving for
Bye-bye.
Stream.
good
Bye,
luck with the
Tessa.
computer.
Have fun. I hope your computer works well. I don't have any of my Vampire Hunter D books back here yet, but I do have all of my Final Fantasy books back here. And actually, just music. This is Amano's artwork,
Oh, yeah.
and he has a very distinctive style that I absolutely love. I don't have any of the Sandmans back here that he did either.
Yeah.
But this, I saw the Final Fantasy book, and I'm like, he did all the art for them, so it's going to be easy.
Yep.
It's going to be on the cover. But he has a very distinctive style, and that's why I said it reminded me of his art style.
So I can show you my Vampire Hunter D one, but I wanted to show you this, Charlie. I've got my D books over here.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
Very nice.
Let me see. I actually do have Amano's whole Vampire Hunter D books.
I do too. There's just still in boxes in the old office, and they haven't been moved yet.
It was actually
But
something
they are
I was thinking
beautiful.
for my birthday. I actually cosplayed Vampire Hunter D. I made his clothes. I made them.
Nice.
I did Amano style, not the movie style. So it's all big stuff.
The Amano one is tricksy because that hat is insane. Like I love the animes, I love both of them. I really do. If you really want to get a feel for what they look like, look up the YouTube video of Vampire Hunter D Der letzte Tag, which is a AMV made with the beautiful German rock song in the background. But it's basically they used it for the story of the
Let's see if I can
second
find
movie.
that.
But I wish they had turned more of the books into movies because I love the books. I love the books so much.
I downloaded that app that Sokka was talking about last night.
Oh, cool.
What app? What does it do?
Yeah, what was it called? It was a tarot app.
Oh, okay.
It's called Golden Thread Tarot,
Yeah.
and it's good for people like me who have a little have the learning disability, and it's easy to read.
There we go. Yep, there
Oh
he
wow, look at that.
Ooh.
is.
Ooh.
Amano's artwork is so beautiful.
It's very heavy. This thing is incredibly heavy.
Wow.
But
Pretty.
like I said, this thing's really heavy. But yeah,
His artwork.
I actually did this. Or not this one. I did this cloak.
Because
on
the thing
my-
that gets me is that his use of color is so bold and subtle at the same time.
And then there's that one's a very famous picture.
Yeah.
Of those.
Yeah, I love that.
That's that dumb hat. That
Yep.
hat.
Yeah, that hat. That's what I was talking about. That hat.
I just used it wasn't 100%, but I just used a cowboy fedora, so it was still big. It still had a lot of the texture to it, but it was definitely it was definitely just a fedora because I couldn't make that hat.
You have so much fun stuff to show off all the
I
time.
am such a fan of Amano.
So you should see my house. Trust me, my husband and I have a lot of fun stuff in my house.
I have
I
burned.
mean, I haven't even shown you my sword collection.
I have burned many an art pad of me attempting to copy Amano's art to try to figure out how he does all the things that he does, to try to figure out his line work and figure out how. And I can't even come close. He's such he is the consummate chef kiss. All right.
My Instagram has I think one picture of semi naked.
So just a reminder,
So
be better than me. Don't use
yes.
the Make sure you're saving. Make sure you're backing up. Don't be
Save
like
for
me, big idiot who wrote up. But see, I figured out it was actually not a gremlin. It was my guardian angel wanting to prove that I'm a super idiot. I had already written all of that in a different, better.
Oh.
So I had already written it twice, but I like the other one better. So it was actually a guardian angel protecting me from using the bad version of something that I had rewritten.
That's interesting.
My life. Oh my goodness. All right. So I want to do at least one more sprint. We'll see what happens after this one because I have some things that I want to get done. So make sure that you're hydrating, or if you're like me and you've done your hydration for the day, get yourself a cocoa.
I drank all my cocoa.
You have hot chocolate? No fair.
And what I love about this, it's so rich, you can't chug it or you'll die. It's too rich. It will consume you if you try to chug it. Like it'll just turn around and you'll find yourself at the bottom of the cup going.
Okay, I have a question for you guys about hot chocolate.
Okay.
So when I was little, when mom and dad would make me hot chocolate, I would tell them, "Can you leave some of like the mix, like the cocoa mix? Can you leave it? Like mix it, make hot chocolate, but like leave some of it so that way I can eat it and drink it." For some reason, I liked tasting. I liked eating that.
Depending on the powder, I really get that. When I was a kid, the Land of Lakes cocos were like magic Christmas fare that we would get for Christmas because they were the expensive cocoa that we poor rednecks out in the middle of nowhere could afford. Like, having seen what real expensive cocoa actually is, it was cheap cocoa. But on our
Those
budget,
little dehydrated marshmallows were my crack.
Oh yeah.
And like I was like, we're living in the future when I could finally buy an entire canister of just those little dehydrated marshmallows. And was like, this is the future, Tom. But when I was a kid, we used to make our own mix, and then Tom would just take whole spoonfuls and just eat that. And I'm like, is that what cocaine addiction is like, Tom? And my parents are like, oh God, let me call the family up, and you can tell it on the phone.
but what I loved about those is they came in like a little tube because they were like a single serving each one. And you cut them open, and there would always be just a little bit left in the bottom. So you'd pour it in to make your cocoa, and then you'd very carefully, with a pair of scissors, open it up so you could get that little bit that was trapped in the bottom, and then you'd eat it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the person who's addicted to baking chocolate and with Belgian unsweetened chocolate. I grew up in Germany, so I'll eat Hershey, but it's not good. And I like the unsweetened very much. Bitter. I just want it bitter.
I like bitter chocolate too.
I am the kind of person who will just gnaw on a block of almond bark.
Oh God!
I have no pride. It's just I like a feral child. I was to this day. I'm 40, and I'm like.
You want to turn early into a woodchuck. Like if you want to just like go full on woodchuck mode, get me a bar of
because like recently I had ordered a year ago from like the Walmart grocery pickup a pound or whatever of almond bark, and then we never knew what happened to it. I was cleaning the living room and recently found it still untouched. Like none of the rodents had gotten because we had dealt with a jumping mouse infestation because somebody's pets escaped on our street and they made it to our house.
Oh,
you know those Australian jumping mice.
Yep.
The breeding pair made it to our house. No comment. But anyway, apparently they were not interested in my almond bark, so I was like, oh, let me open it up and just say immediately, like a feral person.
Yes.
I can't do that stuff anymore.
Like one of these days we will do the chocolate cast and it will just be, let's just talk about chocolate. Like we don't even have to be like smart about it, like where it comes from, the history. No, just like, I like chocolate. Do you like chocolate? I love chocolate. You know had chocolate that you like, oh.
Can I rant about how white chocolate is not chocolate? Can I do that?
That's what Mom says.
It's not. It's actually so white chocolate is actually vanilla, but it's processed the same way they process chocolate. Therefore, they rebranded it to white chocolate so that it could sell better. Yep. But the cacao bean is dark. It will always produce a dark. So if you want to get white chocolate, you will do vanilla. You will not do. And so many people fight me against this. They say, "Oh no, it's actually chocolate." I'm like, "No, it's not."
A good white chocolate will have a high proportion of cocoa butter in it, and cocoa butter is white.
That is true. But
most of what is sold as white chocolate
is a lot of the cheap stuff is not white chocolate.
No, it is not. I agree.
It is horrible
real white chocolate, and it is amazing. And used to, if you would go to the Hershey factory in Hershey, Pennsylvania, which is a tour everyone should take at least once in their life. I don't care if you like Hershey or not. It's so good. They used to give you like white chocolate right off the conveyor belt that was made with the cocoa butter. Oh my god! Because it would be so fresh and still a little warm. I don't think they do that anymore.
It's not stuff that I can do. Anytime they offered me stuff like that, I had to give it to my husband.
I am so proud of us.
Immune system?
I'm a type 1 diabetic, and it's just not. Do I want to pay more money for insulin for something that I should not be consuming?
Gotcha. That makes sense.
I will have sweet stuff, but it's very small. I've got this huge Welch's box that takes months to actually go through because we actually use any candy as emergency for if I fall into low blood sugar fit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also a savory type person. I don't care for sweet that much.
I'm very much a savory type person. Too.
Yeah.
This is why I love dark chocolate.
Yeah.
I have such a sweet tooth. I have like the worst sweet tooth. It's terrible. I eat all the sweets. Put it in front of me, I'll eat it.
We have made it to the sixth sprint of the night.
Okay.
Which I have to say, which is why I said we'll have to see what happens after this one, because I don't have any other sprint banners made because we never make it past 6. So, this may be the final sprint of the night, or if people are really feeling it, we may do more, and I may have to make more sprint banners to put in the thing. Only time will tell. Make sure you save your documents. Make sure you're staying hydrated or having some yummy cocoa. We are going to get started in a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
I was going to say, I have a question for Catherine when we get back. But I figured I'd say that I have a question to remind myself. Bye.
Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. And that is our 6th sprint. I did not get done nearly as much as I wanted to during that sprint, but I have a good reason.
Or you know.
Yeah, that's what I
Someone's
appreciate
home.
about you. So, I got a little distracted.
Oh, I was evil about it. I was hanging around outside making.
I thought somebody was breaking in the house. About halfway through that sprint, I thought somebody was beating on our front door. And I freaked out, grabbed my phone, literally dialed the 9 and the 1, and ran out there so I could just hit the other one and hit dial if I needed to. Like, I almost turned the mic on so you could hear. I was screaming in the background.
So you have witnesses and a recording for, like, when Charlie's
Some of
attempted
you know
murder?
where our restaurant is and know the website, and it's got the phone number there. So
It didn't help that after all the people was around, I was then stealthy and creeping after that. So
yeah.
Yeah.
And so I look out the window and I see the car in the driveway, and I was like, yes. All the things. Give me my sadness back. You put sadness in the right place. Sadness isn't going over there.
well, I figured sadness was going my butt.
She's so cute. She's so cute. I want to get her out of the box, but I'll play with her too. And I shouldn't be playing with sadness. And it's a weird, like, head trip thing. So I've left her in the box. Wait a minute. Stop. Who's got music?
Yeah, somebody's
Okay, it's Nikki. I do not need another strike on my channel.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully. Ooh.
Yeah. So that was tonight's special.
Is it safe? Nope.
Yep.
All right.
No.
So that's our special at the restaurant this weekend.
Ooh.
Chicken
Oh,
tagine.
yummy.
Make it big. Make it big.
I'm working on it.
Make
There you
it
go.
big.
Chicken tagine.
Mmm.
Ooh.
We're doing Moroccan stuff.
I
and-
want some.
Yeah. That bit. So I'm excited because that means whatever doesn't get eaten at the restaurant, I get to have tomorrow.
So, Charlie, you were playing your Final Fantasy VII music. You want to see a fun Final Fantasy thing I've got?
I love all the Final Fantasy things.
Oh, I think you'll like this one.
Oh, do you have Cloud Sword? You have Cloud Sword!
Oh, wow.
Oh wow.
Called Buster Blader that my friend and I made. See if I can actually do this.
Nice.
See, if I have my druthers, I'm going to talk the hubby into helping me actually make the sword rack that's in the shop in Final Fantasy IX. Because when you go into the store in the first town in Final Fantasy IX, all of the swords from Final Fantasy VII are on a sword rack
Nice.
on the wall. And I kind of want that up there. You won't be able to see many of them on screen unless I tilt the camera up, but I will know that they're there, and I will get to see them. And I kind of want to do that.
I was
Awesome.
also trying to find Dee's cloak, but I couldn't find it. But I at least found the scarf that I made.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And then this
Very
is, of course,
pretty.
the hat.
Pretty.
Believe me, this is a very hot scarf because it's wool and all colorful.
Nice.
So, I did get some work done on the thing that I was wanting to get work done on until that happened.
Oh, wait, did the wrong laugh. Is it the right?
He's trying to work on his Grand Nagus. He really wants to get his Nagus done right. And no, it needs to be a little bit more high pitched and a bit more nasally.
I also have that guy's sword too.
Nice.
Nice. Did anybody get anything done, or did everybody have a?
I wrote 434 words, and
And
they kissed on the dance floor. I wasn't planning it, but it happened during Red Dances. It's tricky.
Ooh.
Because it's tricky.
nice.
I told you,
It's
I've
going to
got
be
a
a
lot of
complicated
fun
situation.
things in this house, and it is actually the reverse blade.
Sure,
sword, so the
pointy
blade is on
things.
top.
Pointy
So the blade is
things!
right here.
Pokey, pokey.
Oh.
This is
Nice.
Kenshin's sword.
Nice.
This one's real. That Buster Blader is not. This one's real, though.
I may have a lot of real blades in my house that may or may not have been used to not only defend the house on a couple occasions from idiots, but once to help us get to the car when a group of very angry possums decided that they owned the street.
Possums, okay.
Useful. Swords are useful. Don't let anybody
Yeah.
tell you that swords are not useful in the 20th century.
Yeah, once they realize this thing it can poke them, they're very serious about it.
Oh yeah, no, I actually have a fighting sword, a sword that is made at the Renaissance Fair by an actual blacksmith to fight with. That one, that one's heavy and very expensive.
Yeah.
I bet.
I mean, a lot of swords are heavy, but
Mhm.
I know I took
If
off
you-
the hat; it was starting to choke me.
For all of the fantasy fans out there, if you've never picked up an actual sword, do it just once to respect the people who did that.
Mm-hmm.
They are, and I'm not talking about a movie prop sword. Movie prop swords
No,
are meant to be
no.
light, so
Real,
they can be
real.
used on set. I was talking about an actual sword, with the exceptions of like katanas and the more Japanese and Chinese weapons, which are remarkably well balanced to the point where you don't feel like you're holding anything. Like a well-made jian just disappears in your hand. They're amazing, especially when you consider that it's like 10 pounds of steel that you're holding. Like it really doesn't feel like it. But especially European swords, like how did the Europeans ever fight battles with these things?
Yes, they're so heavy.
European swords, I swear, all European swords were ornamental. They just threw rocks at each other.
It's easier to throw rocks. It's a real bad.
easy to throw rocks. European weapons are so.
And like, there's no like able to be defining with it. It's just everybody back up.
Yeah, yeah.
Over there.
Because even small European blades, like Rome knew what they were doing. I have an actual gladius that is made the way it would be made in Rome, and it's lightweight. Like you understand exactly how you could gut a person with that thing. Like it's very well made. But once you get into like medieval and like medieval blades, I'm sorry, they're ornamental. They're there to scare peasants into submission and rarely to be used. Because they are heavy.
You can't move them that quickly. You might as well just use it like blunt and just plunk people on the head with it. It's just so heavy.
Because my conspiracy theory like goes all the way down to the ground, because this is why, like when you look at Renaissance weapons, they are much lighter and appear to be better and are much easier to use for fighting. So when you think of like what you would see like in a Three Musketeers movie, those are very different swords than what you would see.
And was that a cavalier?
Yeah,
a cavalier sword.
Yeah,
yeah.
And
Be right back.
I truly believe medieval swords were ornamentation to scare peasants into submission. Renaissance swords were used to kill people.
I mean, honestly, I have an easier time doing damage with a shovel than with a medieval, replica sword. Like, like, I could do some damage with a shovel or hoe.
Oh yeah, halberds.
I understand peasant uprisings; they make sense.
If you actually look at the tapestries, most of the soldiers are carrying a polearm. They have a pike or a halberd or a lance of some kind, and that makes a lot more sense. That's going to be a lot easier to use on the field than a medieval sword. Like when you actually look at tapestries, it shows them beating each other with axes on very long sticks.
Yep.
Because those swords are ornamental. They're ornamental. Sorry.
Yeah.
Amen.
Charlie.
Amen.
Carry to draw it at the last minute to drop it on somebody's toes.
That's pretty.
Look at that.
Actually, and it's piece tied. I'm sorry, I have to cut. Well, I could probably cut it, but this thing is actually my hand and a half with a long sword.
Nice.
Nice.
This is a Scottish leaf bolt hang. Let me see if I can cut the piece tie off. This thing is not ornamental. This thing is
No.
designed to fight. Of course, they piece tied it really good. What?
They didn't want Catherine to go around just
No,
willy
it
nilly.
is legal to carry a sword in public as long as it is peace bound in the state of
Yeah.
Michigan.
And for me, since I work at the Ren Fair, I'm allowed to actually carry these guys. Let me see if I can cut them off. But I have to be very careful with it.
I'm just saying, like on the street, you can walk around with a sword.
Yeah.
But trust me, when there was a rash of gay bashing in our town, we all were carrying blades on us because nothing stops a raging group of homophobes. Like, why do they have swords?
Yep.
Like it
Because you bees are being medieval here, okay? Well, actually, medieval was more welcoming of.
they're also legal to use for self-defense. So
Yep.
in self-defense, you can break the peace bond and legally use a sword in the state of Maryland. So yeah, this needs cleaning. We haven't
Sorry about
done
that.
in a while, but yeah.
Sorry about that.
This is a real. This is one of ours that is very real as well, and
Wow.
but it definitely needs to be clean.
Sharp,
so-
pointy things.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Whoop, wrong button.
I can't really get
But-
to it, but there you go.
This one's actually nicely weighted and has fought off many a creature in the yard. One of the reasons why it is dirty, this one has actually been used in wartime.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, I used to think katanas were BS, you know, because, like, you know the type, the milady man with his katana and Sora. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I
I
use
have
it,
a
like,
katana, or I have a katana and a fedora.
have you said milady to strange women or just women you knew, though?
I only tend to say milady when I'm working at the Renaissance Fair.
No,
But
no,
yes.
no. I'm talking about in general public. You know, milady man.
And you can see the actual copper, the copper along that thing.
It's nice.
Nice.
Yeah, very
I
pretty.
love the details.
This is actually a medieval replica, and it is a fighting sword. It's not a. There's
Yeah.
no way that I let this thing go design.
But yeah, my ex had a whole collection of katanas. There's a reason he's an ex. But anyway,
I love katanas.
but we had an issue with the biggest badger I've ever seen in real life at our house where we lived in downtown, you know, in a city in Mississippi. And this badger was larger than a Great Dane. Like, and it was in a downtown city going through our trash. Let me tell you, katanas are useful in that moment because you don't have to get very far before the badger's like, you know what, your trash stinks, I'm leaving, and just goes and waddles off. She just waddled off to go deal with other people's trash.
For
But yeah,
everyone who has heard the story of our first date and I once was on a date and there were horrible things and stuff, this is the infamous axe. It's peace bound, so it can't
Oh,
say
nice.
anything right now. So it's all bound up, but this is the infamous axe. That was
Nice.
isn't what you got as a parting gift for running in the woods? Like, here, I guess it's yours now. You've earned it.
It was part of the trunk contents, which was really entertaining because when I was cleaning after that car got retired,
way to put it.
I was cleaning the trunk out, and so you can imagine, you know, this is should I say the city? I guess it doesn't matter now.
Yeah,
I
it
still
doesn't
live
matter.
there. So imagine downtown Oakland. You know, I'm pulling first this giant length of chain out of the trunk. Then I drop it on the ground. So I'm starting to get some attention. I drop a couple rolls of duct tape on top of the chain. I've got more attention. I pulled shovel out, camping shovel. These are all important things, but together they're starting to tell a different story.
It's a whole narrative, really. It's a narrative. What's that guy pulling out of the trunk?
The shovel.
He's got like more of a life backstory than we realized.
Yeah, as soon as the shovel hit the pile, everybody decided to cross the street to go around me to get towards
They had other things to do and places to go than loiter.
Then the axe came out and was added to the pile.
And they're like, stay away from that guy.
There was some rope, and I think there was. Oh no, it wasn't a blanket. It was a tarp.
Yeah, it was
A tarp. I'm surprised it wasn't like a box of garbage bags too.
No, there was a roll.
There was a roll of garbage bags as well as a roll of duct tape. Oh yes, I happen to be familiar with this kind of person. I'm sorry to say.
In all fairness,
to be fair.
These are all for different reasons. Like garbage bags.
Sure, baby. That's what we tell the police.
Mm-hmm. Chopping wood for camping. The shovel was for cleaning up.
It's all about the camping.
The chain was because I had to.
When's the last time you went camping? 5 years ago. But it's for camping. Mm-hmm. Yeah, baby.
It wasn't 2 years, and the chain for towing the vehicle was actually for the previous vehicle. It just went from one trunk.
Because it just works out that way. It just, I swear. Don't mind me.
The duct tape, I could show where I used it for repair jobs.
I mean, you remember earlier when I said that we had like the perfect golf relationship?
Yeah.
With the murder trunk. Like,
you know how it happens. Yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, I've got a mini axe and a folding shovel in the back of my trunk in my car too. Okay.
Gets mouthy.
So,
I mean, you're not wrong, but I mean that's mostly what the duct tape in my trunk is for.
you know, I understand. We have duct tape in our cars. And I have had those two swords that I just showed you, or at least one of them, in the trunk because that's what we do. Oh, I also have. Let me see if I can get that out.
Okay, while you're looking for that, I'm making it official. I'm calling it.
It took the eyes of a child to see what we were blind to. If it wasn't for you, we would still be following every little rule in the book.
Wait, is that bad? Because I love rules.
We're instituting a new ship-wide mandate, and we're calling it the Boimler Effect. The Boimler Effect is about encouraging shortcuts and preventing people from just blindly following the rules. From now on, the crew can build in buffer time whenever they deem fit. Congratulations. Dismissed.
Somebody's got their sound turned up.
I also have this.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
I will let you know this is called a chainmail fetish belt. I won't tell you why, but I'm sure people will know.
Oh, I know.
I also found these clothes that I made.
I think they're. Let me see if I can get. No, somebody's volume is going back into.
Is it me?
I don't know. I think it may be a little bit of each of us. I think it stopped. I was hearing a really bad echo. I don't know where it was.
Glory's still muted.
Ooh.
Might be Glory.
Sorry, is it you?
Are you the culprit? Shall we see?
And is it back?
That was me. I didn't even call around on it. I wasn't trying to.
No, I was just trying to figure out where it is so we can fix it. Because sometimes if you, I will say, make sure anybody who hasn't already checked it in your cam and mic settings, under audio, there is a checkbox for echo cancellation that it will actively look for sounds that are coming through your speakers and turn them off. That is, for some reason, not always turned on by default. So I that does help some.
So you want that turned on or turned off?
On.
Okay, I thought so. I was about to say mine was already turned on.
Yeah, it's not always on by default, and it doesn't get rid of everything, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, I've got a lot of interesting props here. That's why I have my videos in costume. Because why not? I've got them in the house.
Might as well.
Yeah, most of my costumes did not survive the moves. So I don't have a lot of them anymore. But I have ambitions to make more.
A lot of our props could hurt people. That Buster Blader, the Buster sword, that thing is, because we actually have it, it's wood, and it has a wood,
What are you doing?
I got sidetracked.
I don't know.
One other thing for suggestion for the future.
So it's got a wood skeleton in here, and then it's wood completely in here. So this thing can hurt somebody.
Yeah.
Actually, it has hurt somebody because they were stupid enough to. I told them give me room, and they didn't, and it bonked them in the face.
Oh.
It's you're seeing this person.
The hubby's about to show off.
Ooh.
Nice.
What are we showing off this time?
Show this
Show off.
There it is.
Okay. Here we go.
This was an ongoing project. Oh, it's rattling off screen. Here.
Ooh.
I grab part of it. I can't do that one hand.
Oh, definitely nice chainmail. Is that Byzantine?
Ooh.
Yeah. This
I trying to think.
Very lovely.
So,
and if you ever wonder, like, first of all, trying to put something like this on will show you exactly how heavy.
Oh, it is so heavy.
It's ridiculously heavy. No, I'm not going to try to put it on. No, because unfortunately, I'm not nearly as small as I was when I first started this project. If that was
The curse of the
working on it, I never quite finished it. And then when I almost, because I had enough where I could actually put my arms through sleeves and start to put it on, but I had grew enough that I got too big.
I think it's a 3 and 4 at least. Sorry, I actually was an apprentice to a chainmail smith, so I learned how to make that stuff.
Yeah.
I have eclectic
It
hobbies.
left a smell on me.
Oh yeah.
What does it smell?
It's probably just oil.
Probably oxidizing. That oxidizing, is it aluminum? Is it galvanized? No.
It left a smell on me.
Because it started as I think steel. I think it was steel wire.
I think so.
Because it starts as steel wire, and then you wrap it, and you cut it, and then you start weaving it together. And
so it's a woven. Nice.
He made each of the individual links, and then
ringlets.
Yeah, it's ringlets.
Are done together. But yeah, it's extremely heavy. So somebody
no doubt.
Somebody doing flips or any type of ridiculous acrobatics in full chain.
You should grab a picture of the medieval Iron Man and put it on the Discord. A couple years ago at Shore Leave, somebody showed up with an Iron Man suit that they had made out of chainmail,
Wow.
head to toe. But they made it in the colors of the Iron Man suit.
Oh
So
wow.
they used the different colored metals so that it looked like Iron Man, but it was all chainmail.
That's awesome.
Wow.
So you gotta find the picture and put it on the Discord.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just have to brag because I can. I got 600 words that last time, so I got quite a few words in. Thank you.
All the celebrations.
Yay!
Hey, that's as much worth showing off as the bladed weapons and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Something for your hubby to appreciate.
Ooh.
Oh, yep. There you go.
Yeah. I don't do chainmail at all, do I? like I said, I was apprenticed to a chainmail smith, so she was teaching me Byzantine and all that. So yeah, I do a lot of chainmail stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
it's like-
Your hands hurt after a while.
yeah.
A friend of mine's got a chainmail bracelet that I just want.
On that
I'm
one,
going
I
to
just
steal it at some point.
sat around.
I have a chainmail dragon somewhere around here, but I'm not sure.
I've got a chainmail bracelet that I bought, and I love it. And it's like it was for men, and I'm like, "Hello, I look gorgeous."
Can I just say, there's something about the feel of cold metal on your skin that is just invigorating.
Yeah,
and
the
life-giving.
lady who was teaching me about how to make chainmail would do chainmail bikinis and full suits for people.
Interesting.
She made it really nice so that the male itself wouldn't pinch the sensitive areas and skin around women.
Oh, that's quality right there.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice.
Because
That's
believe me,
worth
that
every
stuff
penny.
hurts. Yeah,
Once
because
upon
that
a
hurts.
time, a friend of mine who shall remain nameless, because if I name him, I will start saying all sorts of bad words because he wasn't a friend by the end of my life. But anyway, once decided that he was going to be all gothy like me and my friends were, and so he decided to wear fishnet stockings to go out to the club with us without asking us exactly what alterations have to be made to fishnet stockings for a person of the masculine gender to wear fishnet stockings.
Oh, good
I don't
lord!
know what
Oh,
he felt in the overnight dance play, but I do know the next morning he ran down the stairs and plopped his man bits on the table and said, "I think I have the herpes." At which point we had to explain that no, that's what the fishnets did to you because you didn't ask us about them.
my goodness!
Now, did Nikki say she had a question for me before we
Yeah.
did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question time with Nicole.
Well, that just scared the crap.
You're welcome. I'll be here all week. No.
What? I have the power to make people feel good. You think I'm not going to use it? Like, seriously.
Because I was on another tab, and then all of a sudden I went to
You guys
this
aren't
tab.
careful. I'm just going to start doing the thing like this.
Well, because I was on another tab, and I went to this tab, and I had my face like this, and I scratched myself in my seat, and I was like this, and all of a sudden my face was in my.
You were doing the Brady Bunch again.
I have to remember when we're doing the show and tell to just go into this mode so I can just
Yeah.
move back and forth between people that are doing the show and tell really easily.
You said you had type 1 diabetes?
Yep. I actually have my little guy right here and my little guy right here.
Okay,
His
so
little
with type 1 diabetes, can you get rid of it?
Nope.
Like
My pancreas is gone. My immune system killed my pancreas. Like right now, my A1C is 6.2, which is the level of pre-diabetic, but I'll never get rid of it. They're working on things like using cells from your intestines to hopefully remake the insulin. They're also looking into pancreatic transplants, which work, but they only do it to those who are near death because they're not taking care of themselves. So then, yeah, that's I've had a lot of talks with my doctor of how stupid that is.
Mm-hmm.
Because what do? They go back to the crap that got them sick to begin with.
Yep.
Normally, type 1 diabetes is discovered when you are a child, but there are people like me who got it when they were older as an adult, and it's still type 1.
Interesting.
I actually live with an electronic pancreas, which you just saw. It gives me insulin every hour on the hour, and I cannot eat without using it. And then this one tells me what my blood sugar level is right now. Right now it's at 101, so it might dip soon.
So what's the type of diabetes that you get that you can actually, like, if you, like, not trying to make fun of anybody, but like if you lost enough weight like say they were overweight and being overweight caused diabetes, and then you lost the weight, and then now you don't have diabetes anymore because you lost the weight.
It's type 2. My mom has type 2, and you can actually have skinny type 2s, but you only really see them in Europe. But it really is, there's just something in your body that is not letting the insulin go through the cells. And it could be your diet. It could be, a lot of times, especially in America, it's because you are too overweight, so you have too much fat that's keeping, the what do they call it? Subcutaneous? Is that?
Yeah, subcutaneous fat.
Yeah. You have too much subcutaneous fat that is actually blocking the insulin from going through.
But like losing weight doesn't necessarily guarantee that the diabetes will go into remission or even go back, far back as pre-diabetes.
No,
diabetes is a disease. Diabetes 2, type 2, is a disease of inflammation. And while Europe understands that better, there's been a lot of research in Scotland, for instance, University of Edinburgh has done a lot of research about type 2 diabetes, since apparently Glasgow and Edinburgh have incredibly high rates of type 2 diabetes despite their population overall being fairly well in shape. They walk a lot, they don't eat that much preserved food, and yet they have a high rate of type 2 because of the inflammation. So that is a real issue. That's why there's also a lot of type 2 diabetes in subcontinent India. And again, you've seen people in India. There's not that many. They're more skinny overall. But because of the inflammation due to stress and disease, they're more prone to type 2 diabetes. And in fact, they're doing a lot of research about that. So think of type 2 diabetes as more of a disease of inflammation. So if losing weight reduces that inflammation, great. But it's not necessarily the cause of the inflammation.
Yeah, I find that a lot of things help. If you do what's called an elimination diet, where you start eliminating possible foods that could cause your body to inflame. Because a lot of people, they might walk around not knowing that they can't have cheese or dairy because it actually makes their stomachs hurt, diarrhea, headaches, but it doesn't give you the stuff like peanut allergies do. But that's still an allergic reaction, and that can still cause inflammation and can cause diabetes. That's why sometimes changing your diet or your situation can actually reduce it. But the thing is and this is what a lot of people don't realize, is they think, oh, I stop it and I can get rid of type 2. No, if you go back to your old habits, it's coming back. Now, for me, I will always, always, always have this bugger for the rest of my life. This guy's actually attached in the skin. So, because I will not, it doesn't, now, I do keep a very healthy lifestyle. I exercise, I eat. I actually home cook my meals, stuff like that. But I will never get rid of my diabetes unless there's some type of cure. Because type 1 just means the immune system itself decided the pancreas was evil and killed it.
And who knows, with some of the things that they're doing now with stem cells, they may be able to regrow. I've seen some studies that are currently going where they're trying to use adult stem cells to regrow the pancreas.
Yeah, they found that some cells in the lower intestine are actually more receptive in changing their role from being intestine cells to pancreas cells. The big problem is trying to suppress the immune system enough so that it doesn't destroy your new cells, because that's the problem. There's just something about it that your immune system hates it. No idea why.
Blood thinners are no joke.
Yeah, Carrie, I'm amazed you survived.
Ooh.
I mean, this is the miracle of modern pregnancy. That the mortality rate has come down so much for mothers because that would not have been survivable a century ago, if not 50 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And that's something that we really don't talk about enough, in that both we've gotten better in the industrialized world with that, but the United States still has the highest maternal mortality rate in the industrialized world. And there are a lot of reasons for that.
It's why
and
my
it's even worse for people of color.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's actually why my doctors told me I can't get pregnant because I have too much risk. And it's just like, not yet. Although they're getting close to saying I could.
That's good.
But there's adoption,
Yep.
Yeah, I got into a big fight with somebody the other day about adoption because they were one of those, a child deserves two cis heterosexual parents. And they were like, well, when we get to the point where there's more children than there are couples trying to adopt, then we can talk about giving them to lesser families. I'm like,
what?
The problem is,
have you told them about
heterosexual families that you're talking about only adopt infant girls.
I can tell you that my husband and I are not going to adopt infant girls. We're looking between the ages of 2 and 5, and it doesn't matter if they're boy, girl, or whatever race they are.
When you actually look at the rates of adoption, especially in the United States, it's infant girls. That's what get adopted out of the system. It's almost exclusively infant girls. If you are a boy, and it's infant white girls, to be specific. If you are a child of color, if you are male, if you have any developmental issues or the chance of having any developmental issues, then you're definitely not getting adopted, because we punish people for being human and not being a cute little girl. And the thing about it's because we've fetishized this doll that people want to have in their house. That's what it is. That's why it's the little girl that gets adopted. If you just wanted a child, well, whatever child was available, right? You know what I'm saying?
You open up that catalog. It's great. I've checked it. Have you checked it? Every state practically has an online catalog of children available for immediate adoption. And it's just like singles. You just pick the filters you want. And you can see all of it, all the pictures. It's the coolest thing. If people actually just wanted children, they would do that. But no, they're going to get on the waiting list.
And that's why I'm between the ages of 2 and 5. We do have some, we're okay if they're deaf. We're okay if they're autistic. There are certain ones we can't do, but that's because we're dealing with my issues with, we don't even know how long I'll live. Hopefully it'll be good, but I do have 2 autoimmune diseases, scarred lungs, and all the other fun stuff. And we don't care what race. We really don't care what race. They could be black, they could be Indian, it doesn't matter. But that's, I would love to have a little boy, honestly, because I'm a tomboy at heart, so might as well.
I'm saying it's one of those things that, people don't, so many people that talk about, especially those types of issues, and they really don't know what they're talking about. It's like, yes, there's a waiting list if you want to adopt.
About 20 years.
Those people are looking for a very specific child. They have a wish list for the child. It's not, we want a child. We want a young, white, female baby. Because
they want a living doll. They're going to put them in pageants.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Pageants.
Oh, yes.
I was a professional model when I was 18. And it was fun. I enjoyed it, but I didn't. Obviously,
no. I'm talking about baby pageants.
Oh, yeah. I've seen
toddler pageants. Spray tanning little toddlers, and that's real.
Yeah, no, I've seen them, and I can't believe people do that. I'm like, how's that not child abuse? I mean, quite honestly.
Putting fake teeth in their mouth.
Oh yeah, and little hair pieces.
Smile. There's no doubt.
Gosh, yeah.
Teaching them that they have to look like they're.
If I wanted a full-time job as a photographer, that's the only job available for me around here in Mississippi is as a pageant photographer, where you do all this airbrushing to make them look not human.
Yeah.
And I have a friend who actually does that. And she has a Photoshop brushes to put on eyelashes and a variety of eyelash options and on, and take out all the pores, because the mothers will not pay if there's a single pore on that child's face in the picture. And it's just because they want a doll. It's disturbing,
Why
and
don't they go buy
I couldn't get into it.
doll?
No, I
It's so disturbing.
I
I
literally
agree with
have
you.
a doll to dress up, so I don't have to do that to a child.
Right?
I agree. It's
Did
just
you
Poor
see the,
child.
did you see the ones where they dress them up and they're practicing all of these different like things that they have to do, and if they don't do it, they get so annoyed with the kid. Like, are you kidding me? The kid is 5 years old. You really think the kid's gonna want to sit there for 4 to 5 hours
Oh, yeah.
practicing?
I
Children
still don't
can't sit for 5 minutes.
Like, how is that not considered child abuse? I'm sorry.
I know. I had the same thing. I had so many moral and ethical issues. I just couldn't do it, even though it's like, yeah, I really need the money, but I would rather live in abject poverty rather than be a part of abusing children.
Am I allowed to go on a really obnoxious feminist rant for a second?
Yeah, please, baby.
It's literally because it supports the patriarchy. It is literally a patriarchal thing. The more we can get little girls in dresses, doing little girly dressy things, doing the
She has a
dance
diaper on and everything.
and
Oh.
doing giving forth the argument that girls are just there to be pretty,
Mm-hmm.
it supports the system that's in place. Because that's what a lot of male politicians think women are for. Remember, we own a restaurant. We are friends with a lot of restaurateurs. We have had a lot of politicians stop at our restaurant because we're one of the best ones in the region. We get to hear what these people are talking about when they're not talking about when they're not on a live mic being recorded for the world to see, and don't think it wasn't tempting to set up microphones underneath them for the world to hear.
Well, if you had a one-party state, you had a one-consent state.
You get to hear what these people actually think. And to a lot of the lawmakers that we have in this country, they do not see us as humans.
Nope.
We are commodities. And that's why child pageants are not going away. They are the perfect institution of the commodification of cuteness, of humanity. And they are distracting. As long as the parents are distracted by the pageant, they're not going to be asking, why are our school systems so bad?
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be
Oh
asking
boy, I
these
could go on
hard
a rant
questions.
on that one.
Yeah.
My husband works for inner city Baltimore. If you, I'm sure you are familiar with that school district, huh, Charlie?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we're still in virtual learning because we don't even have enough. We don't. So his school has been turned into a place to feed a lot of the people because these kids don't get food unless they go to school.
Yep.
I'm telling you, this is the poverty that they live in. And I see every day, and we don't have enough PPE. There's not enough toilet paper. There's not enough soap. Most of these schools don't even have air conditioning or heat. These schools don't have any of that, and yet we've had certain politicians say, "Oh well, if we just take all this money away, they'll open the schools again." We can't. We don't have enough. And we're still getting like millions of dollars from generous people. It's still not enough. We don't have enough. People are dying here in Baltimore, and they don't understand. Sorry.
Because as somebody who grew up on the free lunch program, like
I did too, yeah.
Same.
I grew up on the free lunches. Like
I wasn't even reduced. It was always free. We were that poor.
I remember how oddly proud I felt when Dad got a raise, and we no longer qualified for the free lunch program, and I got the reduced lunch program. And so I got, because they shame you, and I went from having the purple ticket to the blue ticket that looked just like everybody else's. And so I didn't feel embarrassed turning my lunch ticket in to get it stamped at lunch.
Yeah.
Like, we shame poor people.
Because we as a nation believe that it's a moral issue for that person being poor, not circumstance or a lack of privilege or a lack of support in their community. It's merely this person isn't good enough.
My dad
prosperity. It's part of that prosperity gospel paradigm, I mean, that is some serious stuff. I could like literally name the major churches in my town that are all subscribed to the prosperity gospel. And this is what they preach.
And I mean, I'm sure people could pull themselves on their bootstraps if they actually had help. They need help. You have to help somebody to be able. You can't just go.
Well, I mean, like,
I'm sorry. One moment, because this is one of the things that always pisses me off when I hear that phrase get used. I'm not calling you out, Catherine, but no, that whole phrase came about as a way of arguing that people can't help themselves. That's where that phrase came from. It was from a speech where a man said, "If you think it's so easy to lift yourself out of poverty, I would like to see you pick yourself up by your own bootstraps." That's where the phrase came from, because you can't do it. You can't pick yourself up by your own.
It's truncated. It's a truncated phrase.
Yeah, it's one of those truncated phrases like "blood is thicker than water," and people always get that one wrong too. Because the whole point of that phrase was it's an impossibility. Have you ever tried to pick your whole weight up by grabbing your bootstraps and pull? Look, I can fly! Woo!
It literally doesn't work.
That's how it works.
Yeah. No, I apologize for using it. I'm so used to that phrase.
But I mean, also, like, it's just there's far more of an endemic issue than just if they have support, they could get themselves out of this. Like, there's so much beyond that, like mental illness. We're lucky that we have any kind of medications that work at all for a lot of mental illnesses, but they don't necessarily work A, for everyone, or B, work for all mental illnesses. And so it doesn't matter. I say this as a child of two very mentally ill alcoholic parents. It does not matter how much you support a person at a certain point. The mental illnesses win. I mean, my father was so paranoid he wouldn't even go to professionals to get help because of the paranoia of his mental illnesses. And I mean, like, it's like, my mother was like, "This isn't it, Glory." And I was like, "Is poverty inheritable?" And she swore to me it wasn't, and it was a lie. It is inheritable. It is absolutely inheritable. And my parents grew up middle class themselves, so they wanted to believe that we would eventually get out of this and be middle class, and it has never happened.
Yeah. I know that my husband gets to hear certain things that happen because he works with deaf and hard of hearing children, and I'm hard of hearing, but I've been more privileged than these poor children. Because I actually have parents that listen, and he talks about how some of these parents never talk to their children. They don't learn how to do sign language. They'll yell at them because they figure that will fix them. But a lot of times these kids don't get too much interaction because their parents just we have been trained in this country so much to think that being deaf is wrong, being autistic is wrong, being this is wrong.
It is somehow a moral and character issue.
Yeah.
Like, you're not perfect because something's wrong with you inherently, and therefore everyone else should just, not invest any further in you since you're a lost cause because you are morally and ethically bankrupt, and the universe or God or whatever the higher power you have is letting everyone else know. This is the belief. It is not true. I do not think this at all. But this is the pervasive belief in a lot of places, like the vast majority. I don't even want to say Western civilization because no, let me tell you about Asia. I used to live in the Philippines, and it was like, wow, I knew America had problems, but I had no idea we pale in comparison. Darn it.
Yeah, I've lived in Germany and Egypt, so I've seen.
I would just like to say, I want it to be made illegal for grad students to do original research, because this is one of the problems that we have in this country is with all of the psychological research that we do, the sociological research we do, there are not secondary studies to check the results. And now a lot of those secondary studies are being done. The results are, oh, wow, look, it didn't work.
Right?
It didn't work. Like,
how about all the IQ research? Are you kidding me? How many decades did it take to find out that he falsified everything? Not even just a little bit. He falsified every single thing. The twin studies were faked, all of them. Like, anybody talking about their IQ, it is inherently flawed, and you can never get an accurate reading of anyone's intelligence quotient, their potential, because it's all based on lies. And as I hope we all know, if you start a study or start research based on a lie, every result you find beyond that will be flawed because it starts on a bad premise.
Yep.
You know this from writing. If you start a story with a bad premise, no matter how much you edit, it's still crap.
Yep.
See every sci-fi channel movie ever.
Yes. Although, I mean, Sharknado kind of took the bend back of like, it's so bad, it's fun.
But I'm just saying, because this would be a perfect way for them to learn methodology. For all of the undergrads and graduates to just have to do replicated studies, just do the replicated studies. Because we need that work. We need it done in medicine. We need it done in psychology, psychiatry, because it doesn't get done.
Right. Yeah.
And so we're basing a lot of things like that whole prison experiment, right? You make one group of people prisoners and another group of people guards. They'll just treat the prisoners bad. No, they were told when somebody decided for their grad work to go back and replicate that study, they actually got all of the boxes of original research and found tapes of the researcher telling them, now, when you go back in there, maybe rough them up a little bit. The researcher faked the whole study.
All faked. It's bullshit.
All faked.
Yeah.
Look, I'm so just distraught about this because there's so much that we need to be doing. And we don't do it because it's all about I have to be the best, right? So I'm not going to.
Or I have to be first. You know that whole joke about firsties. That's where Tommy makes that joke all the time. But firsties. It is not the best thing to be first. It is better to let a few people go ahead of you. That was how my mother taught me. Be Jews survive everything. This is how Jews survive. Let someone else go first, honey.
So I actually learned about the whole homework thing. I thought it was interesting. When homework was first introduced here in America, most people were very much against homework because kids were no longer kids if they stressed over homework. And so most of the states said no. It wasn't until Sputnik in Russia that they decided we have to, because they saw pictures of what the Russian students were doing and that they were doing nothing but hard graft. So they decided, we're America. We have to be better. So the competition came out, and that's how we got all of this homework for no reason other than to prove we're better than other people.
And homework is a terrible idea.
Yeah, people are starting to actually.
I say that as somebody with an education degree in curriculum and SPED, and this is what I actually graduated with honors with, and I'm here to tell you, homework is the worst thing that you could do to a child, because number one, they actually need to play. Number two, they really need those social interactions to be successful in adulthood. But number three, mostly they just need a rest. Homework is not useful. It makes children look busy, which makes everyone else happy. It doesn't actually help anyone but the teacher and the principal look like they're doing their job. It is the worst idea because it actually hurts the one person it's intended to benefit, which is the child, the learner.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools that are trying to reverse it now again because it was made to make America look good because we were being we're being hard workers, all competition, but it's you can see that there's been tests. It's not good. It's stressful for kids. It's not good. They don't learn anything. I mean, they might learn some things, but
No, it's actually better if you give them things to color at home, because coloring actually is a stress reliever for all brains, not just child brains, but adult brains as well. I'm sure you all probably have tried this out. And it is, in fact, very meditative. And however, coloring has been proven that it helps children cement in the knowledge they learned earlier that day in class. Even though what they're coloring has nothing to do with what they learn. It could be Sesame Street, it could be whatever their dinosaurs, whatever their favorite thing is. Coloring actually helps people retain their learned knowledge from that day far better than homework had ever hoped to do. And do they let children color? No.
And so does music education. And a lot of the arts have been shown to have similar effects as well. I just have to say
something about the arts, taking them away.
Oh yeah,
taking arts and crafts and just art class in general. away. And then sometimes I've been hearing a lot of some states or some parts of some states taking away sports.
Which, by the way, sports have been shown to have a detrimental effect on education.
Yes.
They do not develop teamwork. All of the reasons that are generally given for people to play sports they're fun. That's why they're there. They're fun, and they make the school money.
No, the parents want someone to root for, and they want to feel they have some sort of superiority over the next town's kids and parents.
It goes back to competition.
Okay, there is actually one physical activity that is beneficial. You ready for the one physical activity that's beneficial for children? Recess. Recess, just letting children play randomly and form social groups, and try out new things, and just wander around. Let them play at least 30 minutes at a stretch so they're bored to the point they're like, well, I'm played out. And they're like, oh, are you ready now to learn? And they go, yes, I am. And that is actually the most successful thing for teaching everything sports is supposed to do, plus making the learner ready to learn.
It's also really sad that they're getting rid of music and art because as somebody who loves math, I also know that teaches math. In fact, I work for a business that is mathematics puzzles. We actually create, like, you guys know Blockus. Some of you guys know Blockus. They actually stole the idea from our company, which was formed before they were, but that's fine, whatever. But we created mathematical puzzles for children. They are nice, colorful things that have several different designs. And that's the point, because math is in science, it's in music, it's in art. I mean, you want to learn how to do certain...
Well, I mean, like crochet is all mathematical patterns.
Yeah.
And this is literally a pattern that you see in sea creatures.
Mm-hmm.
That I did here. This is a normal pattern in sea slugs. And a few kinds of sea cucumbers. But this ruffle I got from reading about the mathematical patterns of sea creatures.
Oh, wow.
And it's also, later they found that the exact same pattern when crocheting it reduces anxiety by more than 70% in participants, both those with anxiety issues and those without diagnosed anxiety issues, just regular people who felt fine, but they're like, I now feel super relaxed. Of like, it's a repeating math pattern.
Like the golden ratio is all about proportions, about finding the perfect proportions. And that thing is found, like Da Vinci was showing it off, Michelangelo, David, Chardin, they were all showing off the golden ratio. And it is beautiful. It's all about symmetry and portions. And yeah.
Well, you find it in the seashell.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Carrie.
Or Fibonacci numbers.
Oh, the Fibonacci numbers, yeah.
Yes.
I just want to get on my high horse for a second and say this is the problematic residue of the Protestant Reformation.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Charlie? The problem?
I couldn't hear what you just said.
Okay, this is the problematic residue of the Protestant Reformation, and it has nothing to do with like the religious context at all. It was the Pietist movement that started shortly after the Reformation completed, put an emphasis on memorization over action. It put an importance on being able to answer quizzes in the form of catechisms over being able to actually practice or know anything about your actual faith. And that is the form of religion that actually took hold in the United States. That is the ethic, the work ethic that got built in over here. This idea that you just memorize and recite. Memorize and recite. You don't have to actually know it. You don't have to memorize it, remember it for what it means. Like, this isn't Buddhist education where you're being not only having to memorize it, but after you recite it back, they then ask, what does that mean?
If I remember, it's actually in Protestant beliefs, it was called the theory of the empty child.
Yes.
And that's where that whole, I'm sure you've heard, or some of you have heard about that a child is born a blank slate on which to be written.
Mm.
Yep.
And that is where all that comes from, is this theory of the empty vessel by which we shall fill it with church doctrine. They don't have to understand it for the vessel to be filled. A vessel, an urn, does not understand the concept of water or sand or anything, but it's still filled and it holds it. And that was the idea of the empty child, by which all of American education is still based on, And again, if you start with a bad premise, does the story get better?
No, exactly. And
There we go.
That's where we're at today, because like this has nothing to do with the religious ideas. It's the methodology.
No, it's not.
Because that's the methodology that we ended up inheriting in everything. Think about it. When you got a job, do you know why you were told to do any of the things that you did?
No.
You didn't even bother to question it because you're like, the pay is enough. I'll do it.
Right. It's just memorize and do. Here's the checklist. Do the checklist. Go out. And that hurts everything. Like, I loved working retail because back when I started working retail, it was still a profession. It was still something you could do your entire life. You earned commission. You had to learn about your product and learn about the material it's made out of. You answered questions, and you were a virtual encyclopedia of the products that you were making, that you were selling.
That's actually why I liked being a car salesman, because I had to learn my product and tell people how they had to do it, what they had to do. And it wasn't just memorization. I was encouraged to go out, drive the cars, play with them, understand how they work, and all that stuff.
By the way, if anybody wants to, I'm sorry.
I was going to say the one thing that upsets me about them getting rid of like the arts and stuff is it takes kids away from imagination. What does imagination do? It helps us go for technology, inventions, things to make our society better. Now we're just becoming mindless and let's just be lemmings and fall off the bridge rather than invent the light bulb or something. It's like there are reasons why Da Vinci tried to learn how to fly, why, Edison decided he wanted an electronic bulb. Or not Edison. God, I'm sorry. I'm so tired. But yeah, it's like, it was because they were encouraged to read, to write, to look at art, to do all of that, to go to play. It was to make them think and question the world around them. And now it's like we know the answers.
So I just thought I'd mention, since I do have a degree in this, I should point out, for anybody who is curious about this and wants to do some further research on their own, because the nice thing about teachers is we're happy to hey, let me tell you the jargon you need to know to do effective Google searches. Okay, so the whole concept of the empty child and how we just want rote memorization is called simple comprehension or basic comprehension. So when we're talking about the creative arts or thinking beyond that, and for instance, the whole concept of retail as a profession. So what you're thinking of there is, we call it higher order thinking skills, or we call it executive function. It's essentially the same thing. In my class in college, the way we memorized how to remember this is keep your boat afloat on the SEA, synthesis, evaluation, and analysis. So that is how, if you are trying to Google and research to better understand this, maybe you want to include it in a story, you're looking for either Google higher order thinking skills or executive function thinking or executive thinking skills. Specifically, you're looking for synthesis, evaluation, and analysis. This is what will help you find all those, including the power words to use to illustrate it. By the way, you can also use this for your resume. It's very useful to describe your skills. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of benefits to doing this research. And if anybody does have any further questions, just slide into my DMs. I will happily share all my years. I graduated with honors. It turned out to be for nothing, but I did that. I still have all my textbooks too.
Just a brief note. Number one, Kat is about to start streaming over on Twitch. If anybody is interested in watching her play Stardew Valley and having a chat, just so y'all know. And two, if you hear some horrific caterwauling from the other room, Hubby has got it in his mind that he needs to do a little bit of cooking with King Diamond. And so there is very loud King Diamond playing in the other room, and he is singing along in his highest falsetto that he can reach. And he can hit those high notes. He can hit all of those high notes. So
I'm jealous. I can't hit any of the high notes.
I know that in about 30 minutes, it's either going to be 30 minutes or an hour. I am going to hop off because I have writing sprints. Anyone still wants to make words at 1 o'clock, that goes to 3.
Very nice.
Yeah, we're going to be eating in a little bit. But For anybody who did not get my reference, there's a wonderful song that King Diamond sings on the Road Runner United album, where the chorus is, well, it's a witch being burned alive, and she's screaming, "Oh, help me!" And King Diamond's wonderful response is, "Oh, you're gonna die," because I love King Diamond. If you're not familiar, he was the original shock jock. He is the founder of all things. It is arguable whether or not he created the skull makeup that is so prominent in death metal nowadays, or whether he was first or second is a matter of argument. Because there are two bands that roughly at about the same time started doing that. He started doing that with Merciful Fate in the 80s, and so did, I can't remember his name, but the lead singer of the band Death began doing that in the 80s as well. We don't know which one started it, but he has a very wicked sense of humor, and I have introduced the hubby to his music. And
I can hear it.
So, yeah, he's having a blast in there. So I just thought I should explain what's going on with all that.
My phone down with a huge fan, so that's why I'm muted with the camera off. But my phone is like overheating.
Oh no.
So thank you, Devin, for putting in a link to Catherine's stream. But he's actually thinking of trying to sell cooking classes. Him and the chef, actually, we're talking about this today, where they will teach you to cook with King Diamond. And I warned him, I was like, if you do this and he hears about it, he might show up. And he's like, and your problem is? I was like, then we have to like feed King Diamond, and he's a snob when it comes to food. He knows what all the good food tastes like. He's rich.
And he'll do that to you.
I love my husband. What's going to be really good is when he finally learns how to do a good devil growl.
Is he watching those videos on how to do it safely?
I have been, because I can't believe Matt Heafy is doing that. For anybody who's actually interested in how to actually get that metal growl, whether you want to do it or not, Matt Heafy, the lead singer of Trivium, is streaming on Twitch now. And part of what he's doing is teaching people how to do the devil growl. So if you want to know how to both growl and do the metal scream vocals, he's going through showing how to do the warm-up and the whole thing over there. And it is fascinating because there are so many people that think that that happens for a lack of talent, and they don't understand how much skill it takes to be able to pull those off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're very hard to do, especially like
I gotta love my screamo bands. I was an emo kid in high school.
I mean, if you don't do it right, you'll shoot your voice, you'll kill it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
You have to do it right.
Because
As somebody who was trained as a professional operatic second soprano, yeah, you need to learn how to do it or you kill your voice.
Yep.
If you ever want to hear how good a musician like that can be, Opeth put out a double album quite a ways back, but it was called Salvation and Damnation were the two albums. Damnation is an acoustic album in which Mike sings through the entire album, and you get to hear his beautiful angelic voice. And Salvation is a death metal album with lots of loud guitars, drums, and him growling his entire way through. They are brilliant, and they really show off the talent of that this man has.
Have you heard of Arch Enemy?
Yes.
I love them. Oh,
Angela's
so much.
voice, her voice is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And so much power in there. Like, I have to say, I've had Legion by Arch Enemy stuck in my head since election night.
Oh, that's a good song. Yeah.
All for one, we are strong. That's basically the chorus for anybody who doesn't know the song. It's taken on an oddly patriotic. Yeah, it's taken on an oddly patriotic meaning in my head over the last week or so. But yeah, I'm a huge fan.
I need a T-shirt. That's one of my next goals is to get a Arch Enemy T-shirt.
And she just shows why I wish more women were in the industry, because her and Otep Shamaya.
Otep, yes, I love Otep, and then Butcher Baby. Those three are like my top 3 favorites.
I wish Otep still blogged. She used to have a blog.
She also has a poetry book, doesn't she?
Yes. She's a remarkably brilliant person.
She's so talented in everything she does.
Yes.
She does voiceover work too. So she was the voices of the flying creatures in The Hobbit. I can't think of their names, what they're called.
I know what you're talking about, and it's not. Yeah, I see. The Hobbit movies and I are not friends because Peter Jackson was on crack when he made those. I'm pretty sure.
It definitely messed the story up, but it was good entertainment.
I don't understand how, like, the Lord of the Rings movies are really, really well done, and the fact that like he was given more money and more time and somehow did a worse job. Like, I just want the Tolkien estate to loosen up the rights on the Silmarillion, because they're still not allowing anybody to use the Silmarillion itself and adapt it. Because,
do you know why?
Control.
Just because.
Just because. I don't know.
From what I understand, the Tolkien estate is upset by all the negative things people have said about Tolkien.
So, because there's so many stories in there that I think would make great movies, great TV shows. Like, you know, the Silmarillion. Because if you are if you're Tolkien at all, read the Silmarillion, read Children of Hurin, read the Lost Tales, because those are the stories that Tolkien wrote for himself. Lord of the Rings had a very specific purpose behind it. He wanted to replicate a medieval manuscript, and did an extremely good job of doing it. And so it does have a very academic read to it. It's not the easiest book to read. But Silmarillion, if nothing else, you just find a Silmarillion in a bookstore, read this tale of Beren and Luthien, and understand that he wrote that for him and his wife.
Aww.
They won't release it because they know it's my dad's favorite book. They're teasing him. I think I have one of the. Oh, I know we both have very old copies. I just don't remember where I got them, because I think he gave me his copy, which is either a first edition or very close.
Oh, nice.
It's his favorite book. He is like it's his favorite book.
And they have a lot of them to stay up. If you want to know what the Lord of the Rings should sound like, there are video recordings of Tolkien reading that are up on YouTube that you can watch.
I'm still upset about the Ents. I will always be upset about the Ents.
Where are the Entwives?
I know what happened to the Entwives. Apparently, he once said that the Entwives were destroyed by man in part of the when they were cutting down trees for Sauron and stuff like that.
Well, see, the thing that a lot of people don't know is he actually planned a sequel to The Lord of the Rings.
Oh.
There was going to be a fourth age book. He had started working on it towards the end of his life, and we actually know the plot because he outlined it. So we actually know the plot of what it was going to be. It was going to be a cult that was trying to come to power, and because remember, the basic thing to understand in Tolkien's entire cosmology is the older it is, the stronger it is. So Morgoth was the first Dark Lord. Morgoth was actually one of the Ainur, basically second only to God in creation. When God created the Ainur created the Vanir created the elves, and everything else. So he was one of the high spirits. The stories about Melchior are obscene and wonderful. And I need to see a dragon so big that when it's killed, destroys a mountain range when he falls on the earth. I need to see that battle in a movie. I'm just saying, before I die, that needs to be a movie. I need to see that with my eyes. And then you have Sauron, who was one of the Vanir. He was one of the lesser angels, and so he was not as powerful as Morgoth. And now all of the Vanir have left. That's the going west. All of the Anar and Vanar and all of the elves have left, and so all that's left is the world of men.
Mindy has a comment about Tom Bombadil.
Tom Bombadil. Yes. Yeah, Tom Bombadil is such a great character in the books. I'm just saying, I love him. Tom Bombadil is the only character. He's the only character that Tolkien never explains who he is. Because I have my theories. I think he's actually one of the gods. Because Tom Bombadil was in Arda when the elves arrived. And the elves are the first species created on the earth. So when they got there, Tom was just hanging out. Tom had been there the whole time. So I'm pretty sure Tom Bombadil was one of the gods. And I have a theory. I have many theories as to which one. But.
And unfortunately, Tolkien isn't alive, so we can't ask him all these questions we have. That's my internal frustration.
I'm just going to say right now, if Tolkien were alive, he would be worse than J.K. Rowling on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm about to say, we're glad he's not alive. Like, do y'all not know that? We're grateful he can't say any more crap.
He wrote letters. No. When people would write like articles speculating about his book, he would write like poems back to them about why they were wrong. Like,
I want one of those.
There are entire books that have been published that are basically just letters that Tolkien wrote to refute reviewers who didn't understand something in his book and got it wrong in their review.
That's funny.
Like, one, he would be on Tumblr because it's the only place that he would have enough characters to actually post anything because Twitter would destroy him. Like, he would have an aneurysm if he had to tweet. I'm just saying. Like, I love Tolkien, but he was verbose. He liked his words. He liked his words a lot.
I know, you know, we make fun of Lovecraft, but Tolkien was definitely more of the letter writer, technically speaking.
Hello, Meadow.
Everybody left us. Where did they go?
Where did they go? I don't know.
Did they go to sleep? Did they go home? I know, like, I was like, you know, I'm getting tired. Where's Tom? He's still out delivering. And I'm like, how's it going? Are you okay? And he's like, the money, Glory. $10 orders.
I'm just saying, Catherine, every time I look over, I think you're holding something up because I see the picture behind you. And it's the right spot that it looks like you're holding up like a book or something, like waiting to show.
There we go. That's the look.
Every time I look over, I'm like, oh, wait, Catherine's got another cool thing to show us. Oh, wait, no, it's the picture. It's the same picture. Why do you keep doing that?
Sometimes I think I overshare and I'm just annoying, so.
Nah.
No, it's definitely fascinating. I enjoy it.
Oh, you should see all the shit in my house. I got a lot of stuff.
I'm the opposite. I have things are pretty pared. Well, no, it's kind of messy in here, but things are mostly pared down.
What's interesting is that my husband has more of a minimalist type fashion, modern minimalist, contemporary. I'm a traditional, which means I like having certain pretty things, certain type of cluttery things. And it's just, you know, lush fabrics, silk, brocade, velvet. Furniture that everyone hates to clean. it does all the little twisty turns and bends. And, yeah.
That's fair.
I don't want to move it out of the living room because I like stare at it at night. But one of the things I really want to have, I don't want to carry it back and forth into here, but I want to have on the thing behind me is I have a snow globe of Maleficent.
Oh.
And it's the moment where she's about to become the dragon and she's got a big fire whoosh around her. And when you shake it up, little flakes that look like fire come in there. And when you wind it up, it plays Once Upon a Dream. And I absolutely love it. And I want it behind me because one, it's a beautiful crystal ball. Two, it has Maleficent in it, who is my spirit animal. And now that Angelina Jolie plays her, now more than ever. She was always my spirit animal, and then like the only good Disney live action movies. I'm sorry, I will fight over this one. Are the two Maleficent movies? They're so I love them, but I don't want to keep bringing it back in here because I literally stare at it at night when I'm trying to get calmed down because Maleficent makes me happy. That's the kind of person I am.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my Nano stats. Come on, Nano. Come on.
That's the one thing I'm happy about quitting Nano this year is I don't have to deal with that site.
I've never had problems with the site.
Megan, you said you've been having problems?
No, I said I never have problems with it. I seem to be the only person who never has problems with it.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't had problems either.
Mine is not the site. I am using, so we have unlimited, we use our phones for unlimited data plan. But after one thing reaches its Wi-Fi limit, it throttles. And I could use my phone, this phone right here, or I could use my husband's phone because our minutes for our Wi-Fi haven't been used up, but we tend to use those for important meetings or D&D. So right now I'm using the device that is being throttled. So it's not the NaNoWriMo that's doing it. It is the Wi-Fi connection from the tablet, which is slowed down exponentially.
Oh, yeah.
Because I can't use my phone or I will lose StreamYard. Mm-hmm. I will stop streaming. Because that's just how life is.
Yep.
Although, dear God, I might have to.
Me too. And just the first Maleficent movie is like my heart. Like I love the twist on that they did on True Love's Kiss. Like it.
So do I. I loved that part.
Like they did such a good job, and I have to say, like the second one, I don't know if it's any good. It's just Angelina Jolie versus Michelle Pfeiffer fight. I'm here for it. It's kind of like what is it? Giant Gator versus Mega Shark. I'm here for this movie because it's Debbie Gibson versus Tiffany. Yes. And they literally have a Jello fight in the middle of the movie. This is everything that elementary school me needed out of life.
That's fair.
I'm here for it. Like Tiffany punches Debbie Gibson in the face. I'm here for it. I will love this movie for all time. Like that's what I need. What?
Come on now.
You just accomplished. What have you done? It's time. There's food.
Right. I'm feeling froggy, so I might end up on the upper or something.
That's all I ask of you. Alrighty. I am being informed that it is food time.
Ooh.
Hello, Divine Fox. I love the name. So I'm being told that it is food time, and we have been going for almost 7 hours.
I mean, do we need to go for 15 more minutes so you don't get messages? All I can figure is somebody must be like, I need you to go 7 hours so I get a full night's sleep. You know, like something like that. Like, why would it be 7 hours?
Sleep to this? Like, I don't know what's wrong with you.
It depends on their home life. You don't know. They're just used to like people talking in another room. Who knows?
All the time, and I can't sleep.
So wait, what am I missing? What did I miss out on?
Every now and then I will get DMs from people being like, why did you cut the stream straight short? I'm like, short. It was like 6.5 hours long.
Oh.
Yeah, so Charlie doesn't wait till at least 7 hours. Charlie gets messages. And that's was like, do we need to go just 15 more minutes so that you won't get DMs about, why did you go short?
That's short.
This is what I sleep to all week. I don't know. That's my theory. My theory is that they play it to sleep. Because why would you need 7 hours? Like, maybe a work day? I don't know.
I don't know. I also like to laugh about the whole thing because it's just like I'll be on other people's streams and they're like, we've been going for 2 hours. I'm so tired. Are you ready to stop? And it's just like,
Finally.
I am such like not a human being. Like it's not like I have judgment for them. Like all the judgment turns inward, and I'm just like I am not human. Like I hear all the humans talking about like we've been going for 4 hours. How can we go on any longer? And I'm just like, really? Oh, that's gorgeous.
What? Oh,
That is
sorry.
gorgeous.
That's the cover on my. If anyone plays Magic the Gathering, they would recognize it.
That's gorgeous.
This is my husband's laptop. This is the gaming laptop that's really expensive.
So, Lady Cylon, would you like to say anything before we go?
There's a lot I'd like to say at this moment. So I'm actually going to be leaving for my own stream very soon. So we're doing good. I do streams so far every night except for like a few when I say at 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I do videos about my writing process. I normally do it in costume. We haven't seen any in a month because I'm actually working on calligraphy workshops that are taking its toll on me. Trust me, they are not easy. So that's why I started doing streams. So you guys knew I existed still. But I write a lot of short fiction.
And her videos are freaking amazing. I'm just saying, I love them so much. Miss Glory, tell people about the awkward sibling out.
Hello, my name is Glory. My channel is Glory Writes the Blues. Every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, I do a show with my brother. And for the rest of this year, we're doing Getting Excited About Movies. This upcoming Monday, we're going to talk about Disney's Dark Age. Oh, pretty much like the mid-60s to the late 80s. All bets are off. We're going to talk about whatever. I don't know. We'll see what we get through. We're definitely talking about The Rescuers, Bedknobs and Broomsticks, and Robin Hood. I know that.
Nice.
So,
When is this again?
Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Everyone is welcome to come. I would love to have people join us on the stream or at least in chat or lurk to your heart's content. I understand. But we'd love to have everybody come. And that's all I'm doing right now. That and writing my nano project. Yeah.
That's 4 p.m. Eastern?
4 p.m. Eastern on Monday. Yes, ma'am. 6 o'clock. It's already posted up, so you can actually set a reminder on YouTube. So hopefully, maybe it'll send you a notification. I don't know.
And Mindy, if you want me to start doing like more Lord of the Rings chat, I can totally do that. I am such like I can't really speak it anymore, but I had once learned how to speak Sindarin and Quinta because I'm that person. I really am Lord of the Rings. So let me know. We can definitely have some like do.
I mean, would you maybe sing for us in some Tolkien songs? Yesterday I watched a hilarious mock film from Foil Hog and Arms. They did an Irish film pending funding. And it's like just a minute and a half long, and they do sing in it. And all I could think about was like, oh, maybe I should watch Lord of the Rings again. Yeah. But if you're offering to sing, my sweet, I would really love to listen.
Okay, I have to say, I have yet to forgive Grace Maxwell for talking me into singing during the Wild Alpha Tube karaoke because people are saying silly things to me. Nobody wants to hear me sing. That's not a thing.
But you're so sweet and so pretty, and we love your voice. Compliment bondage is real.
Okay, all I'm going to say is if you try to get me to sing anything, it's going to be from the really bad animated Hobbit movie because, like, those songs are some of the greatest songs ever.
Oh, will you please sing? What is it? The Orcs? Yes. Oh my lad! I mean, like I have literally listened to this my whole life. Yes.
Oh God!
No, I'm sorry.
This is the stuff of my nightmares. I love it.
There's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. Where there's a whip, but the master of the lash says nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. 'Cause when there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right. And of course, the hubby's in the background singing the Bilbo Baggins song. The glasses.
Yeah, I can't get my husband to sing. It's like
Bilbo Baggins hates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. Chip the glasses and crack the plates.
Oh, the songs of my childhood. Yes.
Oh, it's a bad movie, but it's so good.
I love it. And also the rotoscoping is really fascinating. But anyway. Hi, Nikki. Tell us about what you got.
Tell us about your stuff. So, like, how do I follow that?
Oh, sorry. You got to sing tomorrow, right? Nikki?
I think I outros.
Well, you have your stream tomorrow.
Yeah, I have my stream tomorrow at 2. Yeah, it's at 2 Eastern Standard Time. And
PM, right?
Okay, Weird.
Yeah.
It's streaming with me. Guess what I did last week?
Got the date mixed up.
I
that's
got
right.
the date mixed up. And I thought that she was streaming with me that day. She's supposed to stream with me tomorrow.
Mm.
And then I think I sent some of you the link if you want to join too. I can only have, I think the free version has 6 people. Yeah. So I can't really have everybody, and I want everybody. So,
I may at least join you in chat. It depends on if I'm up for writing tomorrow. I'm still dealing. I have gotten a really great flu shot this year, and it hurts so bad, and I don't feel great. But I may still join you at least in chat tomorrow.
I'm sorry. Tomorrow
And this is
I'm
Megan.
a dragonborn and yeah.
So tomorrow I have a stream at what did I decide? 1:30 p.m.
Eastern
Mountain Time.
Mountain
so,
Time.
So that's like
3:30 Eastern.
3:30 Eastern
Yes.
Time. Yeah. So sometime around there I'll be streaming. I have a channel. It's probably linked down below. If not, it's just Megan McCarthy, but I am kind of difficult to find. I haven't been posting videos because I've been working, but hopefully I will be posting videos soon. But I will be streaming. So, yeah.
Excellent.
oh, that reminds me, I've been doing nano vlogs too.
Yes, yeah. And there.
And I gotta do one tonight.
Well, and my name is Charlie, and this is my channel. And thank you for being here. You all are wonderful and awesome, and thank you for helping me motivated through the dark times this month where I was not motivated to do anything. I still got stuff done because I got to hang out with all you wonderful people and continue pushing through and not turning into a little turtle in my shell doing terrible things. And I don't know what happened on Brooke Passmore's channel tonight, but I hope that my dark side tendencies did not cause any problems. It was a joke. I did not mean it. On that note, thank you all for being here. I stream every Wednesday and Friday, and I actually have them up for next week already, so you can set reminders for them if that is a thing you would like to do. And I'm having a lot of fun making the thumbnails for them now, so hopefully you like those as well. I also do just like way too many podcasts. You can find links to all my stuff and all my worlds down in the description box below. And I would highly recommend, if you're into sci-fi, go follow my Baron's End world. That is my sci-fi setting, and there's going to be a lot going up in the next couple days, weeks, and months because I am going all in on it. And I think that's it for me. As always, as I like to end everything that I do, remember, Black lives matter. Black trans lives matter. Trans identities are valid. I'm here. Hi. You're
Hi.
real. Ugh. I wish and one day I won't have to say any of those things, but no matter what happens in the next couple months, it's still going to be a fight. So be out there, be loud, be proud. And until next time, may you have the courage to ride your dreams into reality. And don't forget to have the fun. Bye.
Bye.